on. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Do you read me out there in library space? I am so excited for today, y'all. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have a stream a little different than some of the things that I've done in the past. And today we're really going to focus on a crash course 101 introduction to making characters for D&D 5e. And a lot of my streams in the past have been with the kind of assumption of some base knowledge, but we are going to totally start from scratch today. So for anybody who has been confused by some of the other streams, or for anybody who has been wanting to get into Dungeons and Dragons, but it's been a little intimidating because of all of those rules, this is the stream for you. We are going to walk through step by step. Hi, Beck Muffin. Hi, Spence. Thanks for coming. I hope you enjoy. And of course, I am joined by an extremely special guest. We are going to be sharing a mic, so we're going to do our best to kind of like just sit real close together and make sure that we're both coming through. So just give me an idea of whether or not she's coming through. But do you want to say hi to the people?
Hello, people. Hello, D&D friends. My name is Yaya. How are you doing?
And what is it that you normally are streaming, Yai?
I normally stream music and like nostalgic like podcasts about emo music of the 2000s and wrestling.
Two extremely similar things.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. I know that on the stream here we mostly do chill lo-fi, but I'm known to listen to a sad boy singing about feelings every now and again, so like I dig it. And for anybody else who likes that kind of music, who is nostalgic for that kind of scene, like 2008 Warped Tour vibes, totally head over to Yai's channel and check out some of their content. But of course, that's not what we're here to do today. Today, Yai has bravely volunteered to be our representative as we walk through kind of step by step how to make a character from scratch. How are you feeling about that?
It's a lot of steps, right?
There can be. Oh, Big Bag Dirty Dog, hi. Let's see. Okay, great. Key got you the shout out. Awesome. Thanks for stopping in.
Thank you.
But no, it's okay. You're in good hands. Right, everybody? She's in good hands. Now, I used to be an officer of the D&D club back in college. Shocking, I know, all of you. And for a couple semesters, I was in charge of the newbie table. So it was pretty much my job to bring in new people and get them oriented and kind of run them through their very first couple sessions until they were comfortable, and then we would match them with a table. And what I kind of established was a rhythm to how to um, kind of get people thinking about what they can expect from their character. And so one of the very first things that I would ask my kind of newbies to do is think about two things. One, characters in media that they admire, that they relate to, that inspire them. Who are their heroes and what are those stories like? Because that gives me a sense of the archetype kind of narratively, and that translates to some of the classes, and we'll get into that. But so that's already what I'm thinking. And then from there, I ask, hey, have you ever done a group project? Have you ever had to work on a team? And, when you find yourself in that setting, what role do you typically like to fulfill? There are some people that have that very take charge kind of attitude. They want to roll up their sleeves and get to work and get in there. There are people who would rather just go with the flow and be supportive and be facilitators. There's all different ways to sort of form what is typically thought of as an adventure party. And the beauty of it is that not everybody has to be good at everything. So getting an idea for what the person kind of likes to do in group settings gives me an idea of what they might enjoy during a session. Let me just check up with chat here. Spence, what a surprise. I know, right? The One Piece Warrior. Hi. Orlock builds for the win. Oh, Warlock. My bad. But which Warlock? Because there's so much variation depending on the patron. And do you like a utility kind of warlock who has a lot of sort of out of combat application? Or is it a pure damage per second, absolute carnage output situation? Not judging, both are equally valid. Just up to personal preference. But so yeah, talk to me a little bit about, let's cover the first one. What are some of your favorite characters? Either from, it can be from any kind of fiction or story.
One of my favorite characters is Louis Gossett Jr. He played in this movie called Enemy Mine. He was like this fish monster, and it was prehistoric in the future. And he could bleed like green, and also he would also, when he would bleed, his feelings would come out, and it would tell like the truth of like all the lies that he would hide in. Because, okay, like you stub your toe and you like cuss. Well, it's kind of like that. When he would bleed, he would cuss, but it would like have all the like revealing the truth. Kind of like that, futuristic stuff. Of course, Power Rangers. Basically, like David and Goliath kind of characters that could be the difference, even if they're like very like small or just minuscule. Like you think they wouldn't really make the difference, but that would kind of be it. I like really sci-fi kind of characters with like kind of futuristic elements of maybe like electronic like headphones or like a helmet. or maybe like um, I like warlocks because they can do magic, so something like that. Is that something that has anything to do with D&D?
We'll get there. I'm just trying to get an idea for, um, the types of stories that are kind of archetypical. What major structures I can kind of suss out that are pretty much universal to the genre, so that they can translate into D&D, which is kind of made to be this very malleable fantasy structure. Um, but that gives me a sense. I'm hearing that like probably a martial class, but with some casting ability, some magic. And there's a lot of different ways to go about that. Now, in a group setting, what do you typically like to um, kind of focus on? How do you best like to participate? And just so you know, like I know that D&D is collaborative, but if you are the type that's like, I get in there, I take charge, I am the leader, like, I make the plan, like that's valid too. That might be a future dungeon master in the making, but that's also valid.
Maybe the planner and organizer, but like not the leader. Someone behind the scenes, I guess.
Why?
To make everything smoothly, I guess. Is because I picture the movie where there's like someone um, that's like keeping things together behind the other person because that person is busy doing all the other tasks of like fighting the other masters or
Um, so
is there a mage?
I think that like in terms of, the team, there is a certain expectation that like everybody is going to work together and support each other. And everybody is going to get their time to shine. It's just a matter of when is that time. And for some people, it's during combat. They want to be the amazing fighter that protects everyone. Or for some people, it's out of combat when they're dealing with social interactions, role play scenarios, um, talking the group out of trouble with the city guard, or weaseling their way into a very exclusive dance hall. I mean, these are the moments when the sort of less martial characters get to shine. Um, and so, like, in terms of group dynamics, I tend to think that, like, um, for people that are more go with the flow, that are sort of happy to um, sort of fill in the cracks wherever they appear, if everybody else has something they are particularly wanting to do, um, you know, that to me translates into a couple different classes, a couple different things like lend themselves to that, versus different aspects. So, in terms of like, because I'm hearing like a slight concern that like, you know, there's the matter of who's getting the attention, who is in front of the audience. And I would hope that, your game master or your dungeon master is really making sure to keep that balanced between everyone. And this is just a general rule of thumb, and some advice, but if you are ever feeling like your character is not satisfying in some way, or you are not getting to have the opportunities that you kind of were envisioning when you built them, I encourage you to reach out to your game master or your dungeon master and just try to have a conversation about what might be able to fix that. I would hope that your DM, I certainly would be happy to work with a player to make some adjustments for that. So, but yeah, like, it's all about making sure everybody gets a chance. But I'm definitely thinking from that something martial or physical, something skill-based. And something supportive. Okay. And from that, we're just going to cover kind of the basics of everything, but using this as a framework to make our final selections. So, sorry, could you move your phone? Thank you. So, officially, the Player's Handbook will have you start with race. And the reason for this is the different races, in addition to having lore attached to them, which is optional for your setting, just depending on what your campaign is. But in addition to lore, the races have mechanical advantages and disadvantages. They come with certain stat adjustments, and they come with certain like racial features that sometimes it's impossible to get any other way. And there is the one exception, and that is the human. And the human, I feel like, was kind of designed to represent a jack of all trades, sort of baseline, because rather than having a predetermined stat improvement and having features, you just get more freedom to customize what stats you want to kind of focus on, or if you want to be more of a generalist and spread those points out to just kind of be better at everything than everyone in general. So never a bad choice. And it can be what I recommend to my newbies, just because it can be harder to sort of suspend disbelief or get into the character if they're just getting started out, unless they have already like a really strong vision. If you are really tying the race to some lore or some special mechanics that are not going to appear again in other builds. So we're going to swing back around to race. This is just how I do things. So, if this is not your process, that's totally cool. This is just how my brain works. So we're going to scoot on from race. We're going to bypass ability for the moment, and we're going to jump straight to the classes. And the reason for that, from my perspective, is that the classes each focus on a specific ability, or maybe two. And sometimes knowing what those abilities are in advance gives me a better idea of what race might be mechanically advantageous to pick. Now, of course, there are plenty of narrative reasons to not pick a mechanically advantageous, so to speak, race. But in terms of at least knowing that in advance, that's why I like to start with class. So, what are the classes? And, how are they sort of determined? In the player's handbook, there are the standard 5e classes and their requisite subclasses. And the way I think about these is that they represent sort of fantasy archetypes that we tend to see in adventure stories and role-playing games. I think that there is a really heavy kind of Tolkien inspiration for a lot of these. As far as I, imagine a lot of these would fit really nicely into a Fellowship of the Rings kind of setting. So on the very first page of Chapter 3 on classes is a really handy quick reference table that will show you at a glance all of the classes in the player's handbook, what their primary kind of flavor is, what their focus on ability will be, how much damage you can roughly expect them to be able to withstand, and roughly what they are going to be good at. And this can be helpful if you kind of already have an idea of what each of them is, just to get organized. But we're going to take kind of a more close examination of all of them. And then once we have looked at them, we'll come back to what you think is going to fit your playstyle best. So they're alphabetical. So the very first one is Barbarian. Now, the Barbarian is a martial class. They are primarily combat oriented. So that is kind of what they are going to be really good at. That's going to be their big time to shine, because they are going to be more specialized at combat. The defining feature of the Barbarian, of course, is their sort of quote-unquote rage, or it's a sort of berserker state that they go into, where they will do more damage, but there's often a caveat. There's often some sort of trade-off that you have to pay sort of for that improvement. Now, in terms of lore and kind of aesthetic, your typical barbarian is a kind of rough and tumble kind of person. They tend to live life on the wild side, and by virtue of either their lifestyle or maybe their heritage or some other feature of the backstory, they have this reputation for being just big, tough, strong warriors, but maybe not necessarily being the brightest lot. It's kind of a typical trope for your big, tough, strong barbarian to not really have put much resources into their intelligence, and therefore making any kind of intelligence or knowledge-based check becomes much more difficult at higher levels for them. So that can be a thing. And of course, within the barbarian class, there's subclasses. And that is where you can kind of make the determination about magic, no magic. That is what I think really distinguishes a lot of these subclasses for the martial archetypes, is whether or not the player is wanting to be able to throw a punch and a spell, or whether or not they are just totally wanting to wash their hands of all of that wizardry and just beat people up real good. So the barbarian and the rogue and the I believe the monk, I think all have magic subclasses that they can kind of dip into. Next up, we have the bard, and I'm not gonna lie, this one has a real fond place in my heart. The bard is essentially your skill master. They are customizable to the maximum degree. Oh, hey, Yoneth. Welcome on in. We're just about to talk bards. So your bard, I was just saying, is your skill master. They are a talented artist of some kind. And of course, as a dungeon master, I try to be as open-minded about what the definition of art is. So some of you might remember a couple months ago we had Key to Life, shout out Key to Life, on, and we built a custom bard that was a streamer, so content creator, and hopefully if you are working together with your game master or your DM kind of collaboratively, if they're open to that, you really are only limited by whatever you can limit the definition of art. Iona says, thank you. Sorry I'm late. Got stuck in consecutive boss fights. Nice. Well, welcome on in. Glad you could make it.
Welcome in. Did you win your fights?
Are you winning, son? So your bard is inherently magical, and in addition to just being skilled at lots of different things, just good at various tasks, bards tend to be supportive casters. And by that, I mean most of their spells that are available to them are either meant to aid their allies by granting them improvements or bonuses, maybe even healing sometimes. Your bard can make a pretty good backup healer. Or conversely, sort of sabotaging your enemies. So some people call that scald, where you pick the spells from the bard spell list that are primarily focused on not necessarily damaging your enemies, but on giving them handicaps, on lowering their stats, on making the area around them more dangerous or hard to navigate, like granting your team control of the battlefield. It's hugely strategic. So as a bard, you might not be the one who gets the coup de grace, so to speak, but you're definitely the one that sets it up for whoever does get the killing blow, right? So that tends to be your bard kind of role in combat. Backpack muffins and making them cry. Yeah, so your bard's primary stat that they are focused on is charisma, and that lends itself to social engagements and checks made against NPCs or non-player characters, the sort of supporting cast to your adventure, right, that the DM is running. If you want to trick them, if you want to persuade them to do something that they wouldn't normally do, if you want to intimidate them or basically affect them in a significant way that has actual consequences, your DM might challenge that and force you to roll to see if you're got the skills to pay the bills, honey. And as a bard, you're going to get the bonuses to make that possible almost all the time. So that's maybe also why bards kind of have the reputation for being the Jezebel class? I don't know. Roll to seduce. Anyway, that's your bard. Again, the only limit on whether or not they play the lute or are a contortionist or do stand-up comedy or paint is what your, DM is willing to kind of work with you on. And you can specialize mechanically through the subclasses. So we can focus in on those after, but next up, we have the cleric, and the cleric is the go-to healer. There are a lot of cleric subclasses, and those are themed around the supposed deity or force that the cleric worships, and that's like where their divine power comes from. And if we want to talk lore with the cleric, technically, in order for the cleric to work narratively, there has to be gods, there has to be deities or entities that empower your cleric. That's like where their magic is coming from, in world at least. And that can be tricky if you are in a campaign setting where, there is no proof of the divine, or you want a more nuanced approach to your cosmology. It kind of can get tricky. And the lore as written is not very easy to adapt that. And the way I look at it and the way I handle that in my setting is you can have atheists, sure as sugar. I believe that there are people who, even if the J-Man himself came down tomorrow and knocked on their door, they would not recognize him and they would tell him to go away, they don't want any. So like, I just kind of sustain in my fantasy settings as a DM that there are people who don't believe in the gods, or at the very least don't believe that the gods are moral authorities that deserve worship. So that is kind of how I negotiate that. I also tend to not like black and white morality scales. So things that rely on the good or evil tag, such as the paladin spell, detect good or detect evil, which we'll get to, I promise. That wording can get tricky. Again, I mean, what happens if you have an anti-hero? What happens if you have a morally gray character? Like, would the paladin detect them? It's tricky. So I stay away from good and evil personally, and I just kind of ascribe them to being morally neutral, but opposite polarity, sort of. Like, in my cosmology, in my settings as a DM, you've just got the divine on one end of a scale, and you've got the profane on the other end of the scale, with the sort of mortal and mundane somewhere in the middle. And there's no necessarily ethical statement on those things. It's just divine power comes from gods, profane power comes from fiends or outsiders, and they are just like oil and water. They do not mix. They cancel each other out, or, conflict with each other, whatever. And that is how I kind of resolve that issue. And like I said, the more closely aligned to being sort of on the mortal plane or, somewhere in between divine and profane, that's where it would fall in the middle of that sort of spectrum. And so, yes, in my book, you can have an evil cleric. You could have a fiendish cleric. You could have a divine cleric. Like, those are all options. And, while they do typically make really excellent healers, and that's kind of what they're known for, they get a lot of healing spells, they're also great support classes. So once again, casting those kinds of spells that just help the other characters be better at doing what they do. And some of them are good kind of AoE casters, or area of effect. So kind of controlling the battlefield, controlling the environment, that type of thing. So a lot of variability depending on what god you worship there as your cleric. And of course, their main stat is going to be wisdom, which I think makes sense. I would prefer my holy people, if they're going to be all holier than thou about it, to, be at least committed to the bit. Next up, we have the druid. And the druid is coming from the sort of archetypical nature magic. They are the ones who are very connected to things like the environment that they come from, the land that they protect, or the animals that they have a relationship with. Druids are kind of best known for being one of the only classes that gets kind of a true polymorph right out the gate in the form of Wild Shape. And Wild Shape is the, transformation into a predetermined, like, animal, where you would take on that animal's stats, which are available. There are some in the back of the, standard player's handbook, but there are more in the monster manual. And again, this is one of those things where it's really the up to the DM and the campaign setting, kind of what that animal limitation is on that. But there's a couple quirks about Wild Shape that are just kind of notorious, and just really vary from DM to DM how they decide to handle them. But your druid is a fun class because depending on their wild shape, you can kind of lean into being more martially inclined. If you want to turn into like a giant brown bear and, rampage through campgrounds and steal picnic baskets, like that's your prerogative. Or if you want to turn into an eagle and fly overhead and scout the, landscape and see what's coming, like that could be more what you're kind of inclined to do, as a sort of range effect. But you do get magic, you do get spell slots, so a lot of those spells are going to be kind of nature themed, like Vine Whip and Moonbeam. And I'd say there's a pretty good mix of damaging, supporting with things like Goodberry, and things that kind of affect the environment, by making the terrain change or having some kind of physical effect, like on the weather, for example. For my personal take, unless it is really important to the character, the vision that my player has for their character, I tend to steer away from the druid initially, just because of the complexity involved with wild shape. But certainly not a hard rule. Like, I am still willing, especially if it is something, like I said, that is really crucial to that player's vision for their character. Moving on. All right, next up is the Fighter Classic. In fact, almost too classic. The Fighter is really a staple. You can't go wrong. It is tried and true. You are really, really good at one specific thing, and you can always count on that thing when you're a fighter, as opposed to like spells which can backfire or run out or, just not be effective. As a fighter, you kind of get to the point where you're pretty sure if you punch something, it's going to get punched real good 100% of the time. Now, obviously, the fighter is relying on those physical abilities, those physical stats. So strength, constitution, and dexterity are all, important to the fighter. And within the subclasses is where you're going to get the option to potentially bring in a little bit of magic. If you want to dust in some spell casting here. What you're going to be looking at is your martial archetypes. That's kind of what they call their subclasses for this. And that is where you're going to pick up a couple slight differences in, how your fighter sort of plays out. Whether or not you want to be a ranged fighter and kind of do battle from a distance, whether or not you want to be a melee fighter, which means that you have to be within 5 feet to attack an enemy. Whether or not you, like I said, want to be kind of a leader who calls the shots and, helps your allies strategize in combat and know where to go and know what to do and when to do it. Those are all options. If you want to be kind of the tank who, goes into combat in order to sort of draw enemy fire away from your squishier, more vulnerable allies, the fighter can fulfill that role. So you have a lot of physical utility with the fighter, a lot of athleticism too, usually. So picking up heavy things, grappling, just in general, physical activity outside of combat too, you end up being kind of more prepared to do successfully. Next up is the monk. This is on the newer side. When I say monk, what I don't mean is like Friar Tuck vis-a-vis, Robin Hood. Like, no, the Catholic Church has nothing to do with this. This is more like, think Shaolin monks, think sort of Chinese action movie, kung fu. This is just being so good at punching that it's almost magical. And so the monk has a special feature called either ki or chi, depending on how you want to pronounce that. I'm going to say ki because it's K-I, and it reminds me of Key to Life. Shout out, girl, I love you. And like, not for nothing, but like, if you are not following Key to Life, like, get on that, man. Like, don't sleep, don't wait.
Don't sleep.
You're missing out every second. Just like, she's there in the chat. She's one of my suggested streamers on my channel. Go ahead and click that follow button. You won't regret it, I promise. Okay, back to my monks here. So the monks are all meant to be martial, but instead of being meant to do a lot of damage very quickly, they are sort of meant to draw enemy fire and, get enemies to focus on them, and they absorb damage not by taking hits, but rather by being so dexterous, right? Like, they rely on their dexterity. They're so dexterous that they are able to dodge a lot of those attacks. And so they end up absorbing a lot of damage by forcing enemies to waste their turns by missing, basically. And it's not considered a magic spell, but the key points are sort of used to give supernatural effects, similar to what you would expect to see in kind of your favorite, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type scenarios. If you are an Avatar: The Last Airbender fan, the monk might be what you're interested in if you wanted to build an airbender, for example. extremely dexterous, extremely focused on dodging, and kind of light, fast footwork. And you could kind of use the ki points to grant, those supernatural effects that you would expect to see, kind of represented airbending. And I'm almost positive, I haven't looked, but I'm almost positive that if you were to go onto like GM Binder or even like Reddit forums, I'm sure there are plenty of discussions out there on how best to do this, but that is kind of how I would go about executing something like that. And the monks are going to have variation built into their subclasses, and that's going to be their kind of their order. You know how there's like the Shaolin monks, for example, like whatever your monastic tradition is going to affect kind of what you specialize in. If you want to be kind of more on the magical side, lean more into the sort of spell-like effects, or if you want to lean more into the physical side, and focus more on upping your damage. Up next, we have the Paladin. And again, the Paladin is another one of those that is very closely tied to the lore surrounding Paladins, who are like archetypical holy knights. They are sort of that King Arthur, blessed warrior kind of situation. And as such, they too derive their spell-like abilities, their magic powers or supernatural abilities from a deity or god. And just like we did with the clerics, same kind of logic applies in my settings, where their power is divine but not necessarily good. And gods exist, but people don't necessarily have to worship them. Free will and all that jazz. So your paladin, likewise, can be morally whatever you want them to be. But most paladins are built to get into combat situations and protect the squishier party members again. They have heavy armor usually, and usually have a ton of HP or health points, hit points, and they absorb a lot of damage by either having it be deflected off of their armor because they have such a high armor, or by just having so much health that they can get beat up pretty bad before it actually starts to, register. And your paladin is going to get some supernatural abilities, some kind of spell-like abilities, and that is going to be their kind of channeling of their divine, and that is going to be limited to a certain, cap per day, and kind of similar to the channel divinity that you get with a cleric. And like a cleric, the variation comes from what deity that is. So the paladins kind of flavor it as these oaths, which I think is very, if you're into that whole Lancelot, chivalry, courtly love, like the idea of your oath is your bond, and that's where your magic and like your abilities are coming from. Chef's kiss. Like the drama writes itself, basically.
My lord.
So, there's lots of oaths, and like I said, they flavor it differently, what your paladin is exactly. But I want to point out another paladin type that is not in the player's handbook, and I promise I won't go on too many of these tangents because we would be here forever, but there is a sort of newer type of paladin that came out in some of the supplemental material since the player's handbook was released, and it is called the Oathbreaker. And yeah, talk about drama. Like, the whole point of the paladin is like their word is their bond. If they break their word, so help them their God. Like, that's their life. And to break that oath, and that's just where we're starting, like, ooh,
I like it.
ooh, like, what does that mean? The drama. I live for it. So I just wanted to point that out. If you are that girl, you know, like, we can look that up. I'd be open to it. So, you paladin. Next up is the ranger. The ranger is, if we go back to the Tolkien reference, your Aragorn, you know, I kind of think of Robin Hood as a ranger in some respects. Like, if you think of his archery and his kind of banditry in the woods, rangers focus on basically being very tied to the landscape that they come from, the environments that they come from. And they're basically hunters that are specialized to not just fight, but also just survive and live and move in harsh environments. So they aren't really specialized to do damage, but they're specialized to do special damage, which I know sounds weird, but they are really good at ranged fighting. You know, your archetypical ranger is going to be a bow fighter, and they're going to have a lot of improvements to sort of survival-based checks, especially if it's within their niche environment or kind of their specialized target. And because they are so tied to the landscape, your rangers are going to really depend on either the sort of enemy, the prey that they hunt, or the environment that they specialize to survive in. That's where you're going to get your subclasses. And that's where you're going to get your really variability in either how magical you want to be, if you want to really lean into spellcasting, or if you want to go more sort of general. But the tricky thing, I will be honest, you know, this is just my opinion, so take this with a grain of salt, but kind of like the druid, the ranger, I feel, is one of the more difficult classes for beginners. There's kind of a lot going on, and it can be difficult to figure out what to focus on. And so kind of the way the fighter can get so good at punching that like 100% of the time they know if they punch, it's gonna hurt. The ranger struggles with, at later levels, trying to make difficult checks and just being kind of spread too thin and not necessarily being that specialized or that successful in any particular area. Now, this is avoidable, and certainly, you know, people that, if that's your favorite class and that's what you love, like, I'm sure you know how to do it better than I do. That is just my understanding and in my experience. But again, if that is really crucial to my player's vision for their character, if they're like, no, I want to be Merida and my version of Merida is a ranger, then hey, I'm game. Like, I am ready to meet them there. Because that passion will carry them through. That clear vision will help guide when they are facing all of these options. So, next up is the rogue. The rogue is your prototypical thief in the night, your assassin on the prowl. Rogues lend themselves really well to specializing in stealth and sort of sleight of hand, and either like special tools or special weapons. And by special weapons, I mean there are different classifications for weapons in D&D 5e, and the more kind of niche the weapon, the less common, I suppose. Like sword, very common. Big axe, very common. But throwing stars, not so common. Kind of a finesse weapon, kind of a specialty weapon. And so as a rogue, very early on, you get access to some of those more niche, more unique weapon types. Especially of the hidden or concealable variety, or the finesse variety. Your rogues specialize in, like, their whole mechanic is that they are built around the sneak attack. Rogues get massive damage improvements if they can manage to attack a target that is unaware of their presence or not looking at them. So rogues work really well with a party member who can be a great distraction. So, if you're talking bard, maybe you have a rogue in your party and you get up and sing a song that distracts the guard so that the rogue can sneak up behind them and knock them out in one hit. Like, that is the exact type of shenanigans that this combination was built for. The lore surrounding rogues, like I said, that archetype tends to be more on the criminal side, but does a criminal necessarily mean evil or bad? No. So maybe the government is corrupt. Maybe it's a, fascist regime and your rogue is a resistance fighter. Like, you've got lots to play with in terms of the morality here. You don't have to, like, hem yourself in just by hearing the word rogue to necessarily like evil, loose cannon, lone wolf types. Like, let yourself breathe into the space and see what you can come up with. I would say, though, that the one thing that does tend to be kind of intrinsic to the rogue lore-wise is that they tend to be like the outsiders, people that feel sort of disenfranchised by whatever might be the dominant culture in your setting. And, criminals and that type of like existing outside of the law lifestyle certainly lends itself to that. But like I said, it doesn't have to be married to morality. You can still play a good character and be a rogue, no problem. Let's see. getting close. We have like 3 more, I think, if I'm not mistaken. How you holding up? I know it's a lot.
Pretty good. I have a question about the rogue.
Yeah, shoot.
Would the rogue kind of be like, say, not like an anarchist, but like someone who does like protest and basically kind of maintains things per se?
Um,
Not like would be there to like fight and just kind of do sneaky deaky stuff and be like in the bushes and
yeah, so rogues are built like mechanically to specialize in stealth. You know, that is their primary kind of mechanic is the sneak. And whether or not you go with like the arcane trickster archetype, which gives you some spell casting and is kind of more whimsical, or whether or not you want to go like full on assassin in the night and lean into upping your damage, you know, per strike, like that is 2 paths diverging in a wood, right? Like, and it really comes down to just whatever your personal preference is. But even with both of those differences, they're still rogues, so they're still united in that they rely on stealth and dexterity. But yeah, you don't have to. They very well could be, you know, rebels or whatever, like trying to resist the government or the law, whatever. But again, do not have to be. So let's take a look at our sorcerers. Now, sorcerers, in my opinion, are a way for people to get to introduce a little bit more chaos into the magical system as it exists in D&D. Like, if wizards are the honor students who, like, you know, joined all of those, like, math bowls and stuff, then sorcerers are the burnt out, gifted, and talented kids who all have ADHD and are neurodivergent. Hi, how you doing? It's me. The problem is me. So, if you know, you know. The shenanigans that go on with the sorcerer occur because in the lore, wizards get their magic from studying their arcane tomes and, you know, learning the secret knowledge that grants them access to the forces of the universe and the mysteries intrinsic. But sorcerers sort of are born with a natural, intuitive connection to the magic inherent in reality. And because their connection is less learned, is less structured, the lore says, it is more prone to unpredictability and variability. Oh, pronouns she, her. Thank you, Backpack Muffin. So as a sorcerer, you're going to get spell casting as your sort of bread and butter, and whether or not you want to focus on spells that do damage or whether or not you want to focus on spells that affect the environment or give you information about the environment is totally up to you. There's lots of options in the sorcerer spell list. But whereas the wizards get their spell casting from their intelligence, sorcerers get it from their charisma. So it's a little bit like bards in that way. And on top of that, there is a sort of variability in your magic that is not present for wizards or other casters. And basically, you can lean into that or you can try to control for it. If you kind of go with, sort of a draconic bloodline, for example, it's a little bit easier to predict. You can kind of pick an elemental affinity and you know what's going to happen. Whereas if you pick wild magic, well, I think that is a little self-explanatory there. Iona says, so charismatic, you wrangle the universe into doing whatever you want. Yes, Iona, I know you're familiar with that concept. Now, my favorite feature and what I think is the sort of maybe most notorious or infamous feature of the sorcerer is the wild magic surge table. And basically, this is how we inject that chaos into the sorcerer's casting. The wild magic surge table ranges from 1 to 100, so you roll a special d10 to make the digits of the final number, or at least that's how I do it at my table. And the table will tell you, or the chart will tell you which outcome, essentially, is the result. And so, for example, if you roll a 41 or 42, you turn into a potted plant until the start of your next turn. While a plant, you are incapacitated and have a vulnerability to all damage. If you drop to 0 hit points, your pot breaks and your form reverts. So, good times. Deck Muffin says, Eonath is just describing Leos. Yeah. Some of these are helpful, like if you get a 99 or 100, you regain all expended sorcery points. But some of them are harmful. If you roll a 13 or 14, you cast confusion on yourself. Me all the time, the problem is me. Anyway, there's lots of fun and wacky effects, and if you get bored of the ones that come in the player's handbook, this is another one of those things that people love to homebrew. There are tons of suggestions out there for other wild magic surge effects that you can rotate in to spice things up for your sorcerer. Never let them get comfortable. I've had some serious shenanigans happen with it, says Iona. Yeah, it can really throw a wrench in things, to say the least. Becca Pippin says, and some unserious shenanigans, of course. And next up, we have the Warlock. And this one is sometimes referred to as the sugar baby of the magical world, in that the Warlock derives their power from a magical patron. And that could sound very much like a cleric, and you would be right. A cleric is sort of a, like, god warlock. Anyway, the main difference is that clerics are primarily using their wisdom. Warlocks are primarily using their charisma. They're another kind of charisma caster. And like I said, they are your sort of Dorian Gray situation, where they have made some sort of pact or contract or agreement, arrangement with a supernatural entity that can be benevolent or malevolent or somewhere in between, maybe just mischievous. But whoever they are is going to be what specializes, and kind of diversifies the subclasses, and sort of flavors what kind of warlock relationship you're going to have with your patron. Now, this is going to vary depending on the DM, so this is just me personally. I have a really fun time working with my players when they're warlocks or clerics on their gods or their patrons. I like to really flesh them out and really explore that relationship a lot, because I think it is very significant to the character's story usually. Like, what drove them to making this bargain? What did it cost? What did they get out of it? And, what effect is that going to have on the story? Even a benevolent patron might get involved if something they don't like is being done with their power, or a sort of trickster or sort of mischievous patron might show up at inopportune times to present their warlock with mind-bending riddles or weird reality bubble puzzles, like those bottle episodes of Star Trek where Q would show up. Next Gen, like the Q Collective or Consciousness, anyway, Discord for My Little Pony fans. So your warlock, no matter what patron they have, though, they are going to have a type of pact with that patron. That is where they're, that's what is causing this magical connection. And the pacts come in 3 flavors in the player's handbook. You've got the chain, the blade, and the tome, I think, or the grimoire. Yeah, the tome. And as with many of the others, they are sort of how magical you want to be. If you want to be more fighty, probably blade, right? If you want to be more magical and be better at spellcasting, the tome is where you're wanting to look. The chain is kind of an uncomfortable one for me, lore-wise. Mechanically, fine. It basically is like a utility and buff, debuff kind of situation, with a lot of mind-altering effects, and, can get kind of dark, just as a warning out there. If you really want to go there with your lore, it can get a little edgy. So if I have somebody who wants to play that, I always tell them straight up, if they're at my table, hey, I know that there's some dark elements here. I am going to choose deliberately to not play them up or to ignore them, and come up with other, narrative applications for the same mechanics. And that's just got to do with my personal opinions, and taste. And it's going to vary. So totally make sure that you are always at your comfort level. Beck Muffin says, she and Ioneth are going to lurk while they have dinner. Okay, have a good dinner. Thanks for the lurk.
Thanks for the lurk.
And okay, finally, at least for tonight, for this crash course, we are gonna round out our discussion of class with the wizard. And your wizard is your, Gandalf type. They are magic users who are learned scholars. They have spent their lives poring over ancient knowledge and arcane tomes. They're a bunch of nerds, and by necessity, they are going to have to put a lot of resources into their intelligence because that is what drives their spells. But that means that they have limited resources to spend on the more martial, the more physical stats. And that's where you get the reputation of having wizards that are kind of squishy. They don't have a lot of health. They can't take very much damage without going down. They can't wear heavy armor, so they're more likely to get hit if they are targeted. And that's where your barbarians, your paladins, even your bards come in. They are drawing attacks to them so that your classes like your wizard are less likely to be targeted because they're more likely to take that damage. So as a wizard in combat, you're usually going to hang back. A lot of spells are ranged. There are some that are touch spells, but those usually are buffs that you would give to your party members. So being close to them or in melee range of them is strategic in that case, like it's viable. Not to mention there are some neat workarounds for wizards to deliver touch spells kind of at range. There's familiars and certain avenues there. So it really is going to come down to what type of magical subclass you want to specialize in. That's where the variability comes from in wizards. And essentially, there's broad categories of magic based on what they primarily are oriented towards doing. And these are called the arcane traditions or the schools. And they can be kind of confusing. So I'm going to go down them really quick and just kind of give you, for this, session, a rough idea of what my understanding of them primarily is. Because unless you kind of know the spell list, it can be kind of tricky. But you've got abjuration, which is primarily defensive, protection, purification, force fields and wards and sigils, that kind of thing. You've got the School of Conjuration, which is to summon or create objects, physical manifestations of magic. You've got the School of Divination, which primarily focuses on information gathering, spells that give you remote viewing or extra knowledge from the DM that you couldn't otherwise get. you know, this is your reading your tea leaves and looking in the crystal ball types. You've got the School of Enchantment, which is mostly like mind-altering effects. These are things that, you know, comes to mind, like Charm Person, for example. Hypnotizing people, confusing them, causing fear. All of these kind of mental effects. The School of Evocation. Kind of ambiguous there, but this is going to be for your pyromaniacs. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. If you are a wizard because you are wanting to cast Fireball and that is just the dream, School of Evocation Wizard, here we go. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can only cast Fireball. There are lots of different elemental effects that you can do. You can use cold, thunder, lightning, acid. Like, there's lots of different spell effects, but they are primarily damage focused and very AoE, area of effect. So this class comes with the ability to what they call spell sculpt, which is you can, to a certain extent, create safe pockets within the area of effect of a damaging spell and protect your allies who are in melee range of the enemy that you have just blown up. You know, something to think about. Next up, we have the School of Illusion. This one, at least, is pretty straightforward. It is creating visual and other kind of sensory effects that are not real. Whether or not they are very believable or large or intricate is gonna go along with your level, but basically, you know, creating false constructs and sensory effects is gonna be your illusionist. Next up is the School of Necromancy. This can be a tricky one depending on your setting, because whether or not you want to allow somebody in the party who can like make a mockery of life and death is, you know, going to come down to the type of story you're interested in telling. If you, for the sake of your narrative, need death to be a permanent consequence for narrative stakes, then you maybe might not want to bring a necromancer along, just saying. Now, does a necromancer have to be evil? I say no. I say no. I think that there's ways to do it that you could have, you know, lots of nuanced morality going on there. But this is another one, certainly, where the lore could lend itself to getting quite dark and, you know, maybe going in a horror direction or going in a like kind of psychological sort of thriller direction. You know, and if that is what you want, if you're comfortable with that, if everyone at the table is okay with that, you know, more power to you, have fun. But that is the kind of thing that some people can be quite sensitive about. And so my advice is to just really make sure that you have an open dialogue about it before making a final decision. And, you know, have an open mind to trying workarounds that are maybe a little outside of the lore as written in the handbook. And just play with it and see what you can come up with if this is something that's really important to your player. And finally, we have the School of Transmutation. And this is going to be fun for all of my Full Metal Alchemist girlies out there. If you were an anime weeb in 2008 and watching Adult Swim saw that blonde shorty and the big tin can running around, you were probably like, alchemy, what? Or at least I was. And while there's no, explicit alchemist class or subclass, the School of Transmutation is going to bring you pretty close. You're even going to get a feat called Minor Alchemy at 2nd level, and these spells are going to be mostly focused on changing and altering, kind of matter and energy. So converting substances from wood to stone or something like that. Moving things like massive mounds of earth or stone, reshaping things. That is going to be your transmutation wizard. And if you really want to be kind of into the alchemy side of things, you can even pick up a alchemist kit in the supplies to kind of really lean into that theme. So that brings us to the end of the classes in the player's handbook. I think now is a good time to kind of take a little break, stretch, get a drink, get a snack, do what you gotta do. Let that information download, process a little bit, and we will return in a few minutes. So hang tight. clear vision of what they want their character to be, especially if, oh, the music is too loud. Gotcha. Let me pull that down a little bit. It could be also that some of the audio tracks that I have are a little bit louder than others. Got them for free off of a, community share site, so they're not exactly uniform. But let me know how that is. So, like I was saying, sometimes they have extremely clear vision, and they have a character or a story that is really important to them, and that's what they want. That's what they want to be. I think I said Merida earlier when I was just like throwing out examples, and to use her as an example, if I had a player who came to me and said, like, that's my vision, that's what I want to be, what I can do from there is kind of pick their brain a little bit and see, okay, what about Merida is the most intrinsic, is the most essential part to you? What is it that makes Merida Merida? And that I make the kind of anchoring point, the jumping off point, if you will, for the rest of the character build. And I really enjoy doing this, especially for sort of counterintuitively characters that really don't have any business in a D&D setting. I just think that the opportunity for shenanigans improves exponentially as you delve deeper into the absurdity. So, if that's something that you guys might be interested in, here's my question. What character might you like to see me attempt to build using Dungeons & Dragons 5e as the basis? It can be on the premise of absurdity, R2-D2, for example, or it can be on the basis of being thematic, like Gandalf or Legolas, like very genre appropriate. So, oh my god. Yeah, so Iona is right, we already built Rain. How about Crystal? My queen, goddess heroine, Iona, I don't know what class I could possibly make her because she's already level 20 all the time. She just nothing but crits. Just nothing but crits all the time. Like, Crystal's 20-sided die is just all 20s. She is the main character, and I love her. So, I mean, yeah, kind of tough. It would be tough to figure that one out. Anyway, but yeah, let me know in the Discord or submit it on the tile on my About page if you have a character from
Critical hit, how you like that shit? Baby, that's what you get. Another critical hit.
She keeps winning. So yeah, just let me know. And I have a pretty rudimentary working knowledge of most pop fiction, fantasy, sci-fi media, video games, novels, movies, comics, that realm, anime. But if it's something really esoteric, I might have to look it up and get back to you. But otherwise, I got you. So just let me know. All right, Yai's back. Welcome back.
It's nice outside. It's very hot.
It's extremely hot out. But it's nice and cool in here. That's the good news. So, in terms of the kind of classes that we've talked about and their respective subclasses, are any of them kind of standing out to you? I know you were saying that you want to definitely have some magic, but in terms of how much magic and how reliant you want to be on that magic, we've got a lot of variability there. So
Probably be some healer kind of, or have enough magic to be a healer, or at least like protect it. Especially like if I'm with a battle and I need to protect like say a sorcerer. I'd have to have enough magic where the sorcerer wouldn't get hit by something. I don't know if that makes sense.
So, you've got a couple options there. If you want to focus in on healing, I would suggest cleric. If you want to have a little bit of healing and a little bit of sort of damage absorption, kind of putting yourself between enemies and your party members, maybe more paladin. They still get some healing, some magic there. And if you want to be even more damage absorbing and also like dealing out some damage, but with some magic, Eldritch Knight might be, a fighter subclass that brings in some magic. That might be the direction you want to go. Beck Muffin says that you're a little quiet, and I was noticing too, like, if the mic's picking you up, you'll see it on the captioner.
Yeah, the music is louder than I am.
Yeah, with the...
I think that either a paladin or maybe a rogue would be good for me. But I know that a rogue cannot do, like, healing. It's more like an asshole.
Well, a rogue can't do magic healing, really. A rogue could use a healer's kit and be a medic, and could have, healing potions that they would then spend their sort of action to administer. There are ways to do it, but in terms of, what you are built to do, the rogue certainly is more optimized for doing that quick, kind of devastating attack, that surprise attack, that sneak attack, and then getting the heck out of dodge so as to not get targeted. That's kind of like what they are sort of optimized for, but hey, I am not married to the meta either, so just because something's not optimized doesn't mean it's not viable. are wanting to be more of a spell slinger than a physical, kind of skill user, but you want to be supportive and have some healing capabilities, but maybe it's not your main focus, that might be more Bard. Bards are also extremely skilled. They get tons of skill bonuses, just as a matter of fact. And they have some healing spells available to them. And on top of that, a lot of their spells, like I said, are either supportive of their party by giving them bonuses or enabling them to do other things that they wouldn't otherwise get to do, or they are sort of sabotaging of the enemy. They inflict disadvantages on them. They inflict, sort of just hampering them with all sorts of status effects and making it harder for them to do what they are trying to do. So, a couple different ways you could swing it. You could always balance it too. Take a little bit of each. Have a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense. But and like I said, it's really unlimited what you consider to be art. There is a Bard subclass for sort of performance fighters. I believe it is called the College of Swords. And there's also the College of Valor, which I'm pretty sure is more combat oriented. And in terms of what your art is, I mean, singing, dancing, stand-up comedy, like I said, painting, sewing, heck, baking, cooking, streaming, for example. These are all, I think, forms of art that I would work with to help realize. And like I said, they are charisma based, so they are going to be good at sort of interacting with the other characters and the supporting cast in the world, convincing them to do things they wouldn't otherwise do, inspiring them to feats they might not otherwise achieve, convincing them to believe things or to let you do things. I mean, just any and all kind of social settings. I definitely have a soft spot for bards personally. I think that they sort of the theater kids of the D&D party, and they're just funny to be around. There is, in some of the sort of expanded materials, the supplemental books, I believe there's a subclass of bard that focuses kind of more on espionage, but not like Mission Impossible, Jason Bourne style espionage, more like James Bond, like everybody knows who I am and my first and last name, spy kind of situation, where these would be considered like your prominent courtesans or, you know, aristocrats maybe, who maybe an artisan who works in the palace and rubs elbows with, you know, diplomats and foreign officials and dignitaries and aristocrats and, you know, hears the rumors and the whispers and the political intrigue of the court. And so if that is your jam, like if you want to do like House of Cards, what is a Scandal like campaign, but in Waterdeep, like that could be your jam. That could be what you know want to go with. Not me personally. That is like the one bardic subclass that I don't really feel like I could get into. But I mean, if you wanted to maybe be like a politician, or you wanted to take like the noble background, maybe you're like a runaway prince or something. Just because your class says one thing doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be related to your backstory. Big Moments is anarchist.
I want to be a bard.
Okay.
For that reason, basically. Well, I mean, because like a bard is basically a spy in some regards, and also someone who fucks shit up and slightly gets things done. I like that. You keep the memory of the great heroes of the past.
So, there are, in the player's handbook, 3 bardic colleges. That's what they call the subclasses. There's the College of Lore, which is your bardiest bard that ever did bard. They are the ones who are the story keepers, the epic poetry reciters. They are the ones that are attaching themselves to parties of great heroes so that they might record their epic deeds and, you know, sing about them for generations to come, like your bardiest bards to ever bard. College of Lore. College of Valor, more combat oriented. Battle magic comes into play. You know, combat inspiration, so more of a in combat support role, whereas Lore is more versatile. Oh wait, there's only 2 in the handbook? I thought there was another one. Nope. Well, I'll tell you what. If you guys want to suggest another one from one of the supplemental materials, as long as I am able to access it, I will pull it up. But in the meantime, we'll stick to either Lore or Valor, because there's still a lot of customization to be done, even amongst just these 2. Jonas says, define access. I'll tell you what. I will pull up the website that I use to read about the subclasses and post the link in the Discord and the chat, and you guys can actually like kind of see what I see that way. I just have to go to my history. Yes, here we go. Okay. So we are not looking at the classes that aren't, in the Player's Handbook, but they have the Bard, and they kind of have a breakdown of a lot of the Bard subclasses. So I will post that link, and you guys can look at the articles as well. So first that's going in the Discord, and then I will put it in the chat. There you go. Okay. Yeah, RPG bot, I think is it. Okay. So yeah, if you guys want to give that a look and make a suggestion, I will also allow that. But that's kind of as far as I can, reasonably research on the fly. This guide is pretty concise. But it's color coded, so you can just look at the color and it'll tell you kind of a general review of at least the meta for that build. For those of you who were there for kind of one of my early test videos, I did a sort of brief overview on some of these more recent subclasses. Most of them are mostly, in my opinion, relatively equal, in terms of utility, with the exception of some being what I consider to be kind of more difficult. But ultimately, it is really up to the player. So in Xanathar's Guide to Everything, that is where the College of Swords that I was thinking of comes from. And lore-wise, aesthetic-wise, very close to College of Valor. In my opinion, College of Valor is a little more balanced and a little sort of more optimized, but College of Swords gives you sort of this thank you, Edith. The College of Lore gives you this sort of fancy blade work, that very flashy sword style called the Blade Flourish. And for this class, that super fancy blade work, that almost fencing, too fancy to actually be efficient type of blade work. If that is your art, then this is the college for you. really think the idea was to diversify within the performance feature of the Bard, because some art is more difficult to perform per se, in order to use that application. And so some of these other subclasses that they come out with later, I think are an attempt or an exploration of how to expand your definition of performance and art into these other more specialized areas that are still very sort of charisma driven, and very like entertainment or art or culture driven. Some of them also, if you were to strip away the lore and the aesthetic details and just look at them mechanically, I think lend themselves really well to what I think is like some people's idea of like a hedge witch, or sort of more organic, more traditions-based magic user, because there's nothing really to differentiate the sorcerer, the warlock, the wizard, in terms of that more like witchcraft based like type of mysticism. And there's a lot of different ways you can achieve it through the other magic classes, but I think that some of these bard, like especially creation and spirits, go a long way towards also like helping achieve that in a way. All right, what are we thinking? We're sharing earbuds, so I have to be careful not to move too far away. Let's see. What was I? Oh, let's move us over. Okay. So that I can put some notes up on the screen once we have an idea of what we want to do. Go. And so looking at Bard. And now we just have to pick the subclass.
College of Whispers. College Whispers.
Okay. College of Whispers. That's like the very like espionage, rumors, political intrigue kind of focused one. This one is kind of tricky for DMs at times, because in order to function, there has to intrinsically be a feature of the world socially and culturally that would make this context make sense. Not too difficult to do. Any medieval fantasy setting is going to come with sort of monarchy, aristocracy, court intrigue, all sort of built in. You know, if that is what you're looking at, the classic Waterdeep kind of setting, you have the Council of Lords and all of the sort of rumors and social connections that go on in a urban environment. So there's a lot of like support out there for if that's something that you might need help with as a DM, but if this is going to be something that is incorporated, you're going to want to make sure that you are prepared in your world building, at least somewhat. So let's go ahead and add that here. Oops, I can type. Okay. So College of Whispers, still a bard though. So we are still going to be leaning into charisma as our primary ability score that is going to be fueling or driving our likelihood of succeeding at various challenges that involve social skills or sort of interacting with the NPCs. So my next thought on this process would be to go back to race. And there's two ways to approach this. You could look at the meta and, you could look at the meta and you could pick a race and sub-race that offer the stat bonuses and features that mechanically are going to be the most optimized for your particular build. Or you can say bugger to all that and pick a race based on how that will impact the role play and the personality or the backstory of the character, what they might experience as they move through the world, what they might have to do differently from other characters, you know, depending on their strengths or weaknesses. And if their race is not necessarily well suited to their class, well, there could be some interesting conflicts that arise from that. You know, it really is a storytelling opportunity, and, you know, for my characters at my table, when they show me a contradiction like that, I want to know why. And I want to explore that. It adds a layer of nuance and depth that I make a point of if it is sort of noticeable like that. And if they want to do it just to do it, but not have any of that be involved, I usually will say, well, hey, it doesn't really make sense for the world that we're in if there's no explanation. And see if I can't get my player to meet me halfway, or, you know, figure out a way to meet them where they are. So, what are the races, and what do they consider a race? Now, in the realms of the like standard Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook setting, there are a set number of races available to the players that are considered sort of playable in terms of they are fully formed cultures that have societies, that have lore, that have histories, that have relationships with each other that are established, and hierarchies within those structures. And if you are wanting to use that, that is all there and available for you. But some of it can be a little bit, in my opinion, dated in terms of sort of cultural sensitivity, if we want to say that. Fantasy, especially like Western fantasy, can get into trouble sometimes for appropriating cultural stories and myths or belief systems and even religions and adapting them into fun, quirky monsters, right? And there is a line between using a fun monster in your adventure and being insensitive to a belief system and a culture that is not your own. And I'm not expecting all of us to be experts in what is and isn't culturally sensitive for every belief system in the world, but be open-minded, be open to your players if they ever come to you and say, hey, listen, I get that that Banshee is a cool monster, but in my culture it means mourning and it's very personal, and I just don't feel comfortable with it being used this way. And be open to hearing that. It might not be important to you because that's not your belief, that's not your culture, but if that's how they feel, the only thing that we can do as DMs is respect that and honor it. No monster, no encounter, that you have planned, no matter how cool the combat was going to be or how neat the puzzle, is worth making your player feel like they are being commodified or belittled, because of their beliefs. So, just keep an open mind towards that kind of thing. And so, as we go through this, I'm going to fully disclose, I am a palm-colored woman. I was raised around the Jewish culture and tradition, and a little bit with Catholicism, but I consider myself to not necessarily be practicing or representative of either. And so, yes, I have done some research and some reading, but I am limited to the availability of that information. So I'm going to do my best to point out the things that I have tweaked for my own settings because I have felt like they were problematic or insensitive. And I will let you guys decide for your own selves what you are and aren't comfortable with. And if there's something that I miss or something that I say that is incorrect or inaccurate, and you have that experience, that knowledge, please feel free to reach out to me either on my page or on my Discord. I would be more than happy to hear from you and learn a little bit more about how to make my settings as welcoming and diverse as possible. So thank you. That being said, let's take a look. Our first, alphabetical order here is the dwarf. right up there in Tolkien's wheelhouse. Again, we've got Gimli to a T here. They are considered on the small size. They are hardy folk who can wear heavy armor and resist being poisoned as a racial feat. Those are things that you would normally have to pick up through a skill down the line. This you just kind of get by naturally being a hardy folk. Within the realms of the lore, there is an emphasis on clans and kingdoms and the sort of Mines of Moria, King Under the Mountain vibes, and a sort of suspicion of outsiders. They call it slow to trust. And I see how that could be taken in a kind of negative way. Historically, associating a certain cultural or racial identity with the mercantile class or merchants or the accumulation of wealth has not gone well for those groups. So, if that is something that you need to be aware of, it might not be something you want to emphasize in your setting, or you might want to remove it entirely as being a cultural feature for dwarves. There are some suggested common names. So if you struggle with naming your character, they give you some suggestions on things that, kind of fit the vibe. Things like Frostbeard, Ungart, Eldith, stuff like that. Going back to how they are supposed to be just a very rugged, very hardy folk, you get Constitution as your ability improvement. You get, like I said, that resilience. You can resist being poisoned right away. And then there are two sub-races, one called the Hill Dwarf and one called the Mountain. And the most important thing to know about the difference between them is that Hill Dwarfs get wisdom improvement, very minor, just 1 point, and Mountain Dwarves get a strength score improvement of 2. So if you are wanting to play a character that is going to be in combat, that is going to take hits, that is going to heft heavy things like armor or heavy weapons, then Mountain is going to be more optimized. If you want to maybe lean more into like a very hardy cleric or paladin maybe, Hill Dwarf is probably going to be the best for you to get you that wisdom. Next up, keeping up with our Tolkien theme, we have the elf. And these are very classic Legolas, like Elrond, elves. They are tall. They have the pointy ears. They have long lives. They are considered very graceful and have very fine artisans. A lot of them live, according to the lore as written, in these kind of secluded communities. Here's where I get uncomfortable. There is a subclass, a race of elves called the Drow, and they are considered dark elves, quotations, and there are the quote-unquote light elves who are quote-unquote good, and they live in the forests and they protect nature and yada yada. That's supposed to be like your Elrond and Legolas and such. And then there's the Drow, the Dark Elves. They have dark skin and live underground in evil, matriarchal, spider worshipping cults. Not great, right? Like, not great. Not great optically, no. So I have done away with the morality there. Like, you know, high elves and forest elves are not intrinsically good. Dark elves, drow in my settings are not intrinsically bad. I kind of liked the matriarch and spider worship thing, but not in an evil, like, sacrificial, culty kind of way. Like, I did away with that. It's just, you know, normal amounts of matriarchy and spider worship. I don't know. Less worship and more, like, inspiration, you know? Like, she's a proud and bound woman who don't need no man. She built her nest. Like, she's got this. She's got her web. Anyway. So, yeah, I did away with that whole weird moral setup. And, you know, can there be drow who live on the surface? Yes. I am, you know, not married to the idea that, like, all drow have to live in these, like, subterranean caves and stuff like that. Like, there can be forest drow too. There can be beach drow. There can be city drow. Like, it's fine. And in terms of like how they're treated in society, you know, the book might tell you that they are kind of considered outsiders, you know, more likely to be criminal, yada, yada, yada. No. I do not implement that in my settings. As far as I'm concerned, the drow and the forest elves are equally likely to be good or bad, and society kind of views them as being the same folk, just in different shades. So that is just me, though. That is what I'm personally comfortable with. In terms of traits, your elves are going to be focused on dexterity, flips and shit, acrobatics. They all are going to get the ability to not need to sleep. They're kind of like dolphins in that they can just sort of enter a semi-conscious meditative state, and that is enough to restore them. So they're immune to, like, spells or magic effects that would put, you know, the target to sleep. So, you know, DMs, if you are having that as an important feature of an encounter, be aware. In terms of these sub-race variants, there's your high elf, and again, just going to that ability, your intelligence. So if you want to be a flips wizard, probably want to be a high elf. Wood elf comes with a wisdom score improvement. So if you are thinking druid, if you are thinking cleric, wood elf might be your jam. And the drow or dark elf is going to be charisma. So if you are thinking warlock, if you are thinking sorcerer, if you are thinking bard, dark elf might be mechanically advantageous. Ionith says, that sounds like you speak from experience, lol. Listen. I'm not gonna lie, when I first started playing, a lot of the D&D spaces available to me at the time were sort of game shops and comic book shops that would have sort of a D&D night or something like that. And the space was dominated by hetero white guys, you know, of a certain age and mindset. And they weren't always the most sensitive around certain harmful tropes in Western media. And I'm gonna leave that there and just say that in my own personal journey as a dungeon master and writing my own campaigns and games, you know, I have tried to be as critical and sensitive as possible when re-examining some of these like tropes in fantasy and Western storytelling that we kind of just take for granted, in the interest of making sure that my settings are as inclusive as possible. You know, unless I am deliberately trying to draw attention to something as an injustice or as a problem that needs to be solved and a critique of it. And I don't always feel confident enough to do that in a game setting where people are trying to, like, you know, be wizards and stuff. So some DMs, they want to tackle it, they want to play with that, they want to explore those themes. More power to them. This is just me personally, I steer clear. You know, it says, oh, I meant that I was being immune to sleep spells. Oh, sorry. I'm a little delayed, I guess. I didn't see it right away. But also, yes, that's the rough bit of playing in those settings. Yeah, you got it.
I know a guy who did D&D. He's an older white cis dude, about like 45. And he was one of those people. He was the dark elf, and he absolutely loves being the caricature of what he doesn't want to be. Honestly, there aren't too many DMs that probably will avoid that just because a lot of them are kind of in the 80s still format and just will do the racist caricature.
Well, I think times are changing. Like, 5e is already several years old now, right? And every year, I think it gets a little better in terms of the discussions we're able to have in the fantasy community. And, you know, I think that it's not perfect. There's still a long way to go. But, you know, when I look at, like, the Twitch community and streamers on social media and platforms, like, I'm seeing more and more, you know, females in the space and, you know, females and femmes kind of in the space. And, like, I think back to those early, like, Halo chat rooms, you know, voice clients, where, like, I mean, you couldn't even turn your headphones on because you would just be accosted with 13-year-olds screaming obscenities at you nonstop. So, in terms of, you know, like I said, that experience that I had was when I was first starting to get into D&D in the first place. That was kind of what the spaces looked like. That was what they were predominantly. But that was years ago. So, you know, I think with shows like Critical Role that feature, you know, female players, and, you know, just in the general increase in accessibility and visibility to the community at large, like, you know, I think that there's room for improvement, sure, but, like, I think that it is definitely a conversation that is ongoing and happening. Ionith says, Halo, Call of Duty chat rooms were outright vile. Yeah, like, just the Wild West, really. There was no predicting how that was gonna go, other than probably badly. And, you know, usually just not worth. So, in the interest of not having experiences like that, and not making people feel the way that those experiences made me feel, I, make edits here and there to what I implement. So, next up is the Halfling, and this is your Frodo Baggins, your Bilbo, your Hobbits. These are your Shire folk. They are one of the small sizes, and they are considered kind and practical and usually sort of whimsical. They tend to be kind of friendly and positive, and in terms of their ability score improvements, I guess their small, dexterous little fingers are, capable of very fine movements, and they are very swift because they get a dexterity improvement. And in terms of sub-races, you can choose between Lightfoot, which is a charisma bonus, or Stout, which is a constitution bonus. So, a halfling bard might be an acrobat, or a contortionist, or a trapeze artist, because you get that dexterity, which is going to help you with acrobatics skill checks. And that charisma to fuel your magic as a bard potentially. Or, hear me out, warlock. Charisma improvement driving your warlock spells. Dexterity making it so that you get faster attack in the turn order during combat. Who's dealing in magic packs with halflings? That I don't know, but you figure it out. Could be interesting. Next up is the human, which, like I said, does not come with any specific improvements. There are several human subcultural groups. I don't really use them in my settings, just because they are very specific. I don't know if that's the right word, but I like to leave a lot of my world open for my players to help fill in the details, and to have these be so specific, sort of, from my perspective, can be limiting. So I tend to not implement them unless they are important to my player's story. Iona says the Fae feel like a good fit for a halfling, in my opinion. Yeah, right? Like a Fae patron for a halfling warlock. But like I said, the most powerful thing about the human, from a mechanical standpoint, is that they have those unassigned ability score improvements. So you're gonna get your ability score each increased by 1. Like, just, there's no other way to do it in the game. I mean, if you are trying to really min-max or optimize, and you want to, as quickly as possible, push some of your stats, as far as they will go, you might need to pick up a specialized race that will offer you 2 points or even 3 points, right out the gate. But if you are wanting to be a more generalist, if you are not so worried about optimization, and you want to have versatility, spreading those points out into the human race is certainly a quite effective way to do that. But of course, some people feel like that's a little too mundane for a fantasy realm. You can be a human here, so I want to be a dragon. Like, okay, that's fair. You want to be a dragon? Fine. Dragonborn. That's the next race. And do not come for me with the how does a dragon and a human. No, I'm not doing the birds and the bees with you. All right? There's lots of ways for people to end up with draconic heritage, and mostly magic is involved, so don't come for me. It can be maybe in the past your ancestors had some sort of magical pact with a dragon that, granted them some sort of boon. It could be that maybe there is some sort of curse or spell on the family or on the person that has caused them to take on this draconic appearance. There could be lots and lots of reasons. Moving on. The fun thing about the Dragonborn is, okay, you get to be a dragon, so there's that. But in terms of racial abilities, they get one of the coolest, in my opinion, which is a breath weapon right out the gate. Your draconic heritage grants you the ability to breathe fire or lightning or acid or poison or cold damage. It's really up to you. There are lots of options available. And the best part is that you can color coordinate to match your accessories. You've got black dragons who will deal acid damage in a 30-foot line. You've got blue dragons doing lightning damage, brass dragons doing fire, bronze back to lightning. You've got copper who are doing acid. Then you move on to gold who are doing fire damage in a 15-foot cone. Green dragons are poison, again in the cone. Red are fire, silver are cold, and white are also cold. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, there are more colors than that. I know, the hex code for magenta. Fine, talk to your DM. See what color dragon they're willing to give you and what they want the limitations on the breath weapon to be. You can use the standard ones to give you a frame of reference. You're looking at either a 5 by 30 foot straight line, dex save, or a 15-foot cone, also dex save. Although some of them are con for poison. So, if you want to be a pink dragon who breathes sticky bubbles that cause, those who they touch to become grappled, again, talk to your DM. Probably going to be a cone and probably going to be a dex save. See what they're willing to do for you. But yeah, breath weapon, how awesome, right out the gate. You also are going to get damage type resistance, kind of the flip side of that. Your ability score improvements are going to be strength and charisma, making dragons excellent warlocks, fighters, druids even, paladins. You got a lot of options here. Next up, we're gonna take a look at the gnome. This is another one of the small folk. Gnomes, halflings, dwarves. You might be thinking to yourself, this is starting to sound kind of familiar. If I had to come up with the distinction between gnomes and the other small races, the other small folk, I would have to say that I think gnomes, I think the vibe they're going for is like Keebler elves or like Santa's little helper type elves in the workshop making the toys. You know, these are skilled craftspeople. These are, you know, artisans and tinkerers, and you know, they just have this lore of being very dedicated to, you know, this like sense of curiosity and wonder about the world that causes them to want to take things apart and find out how they work and remake them. And so in that vein, your gnomes are going to get an intelligence bonus right out the gate, and their sub-races are going to sort of further diversify that with your forest gnomes getting a dexterity increase, or your rock gnomes getting a constitution increase. I don't limit my players to necessarily have to be literally from the forest or from caves or mountains or whatever if they want to be rock or forest gnomes, just for the ability improvements and the features. But again, it's got to make sense. You know, where is your gnome from that lends them that dexterity increase? Where are they from that makes sense as to why they would have more constitution than their forest cousins? Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. And you know, again, like, really kind of more that fairy tale variety of kind of brownie, right? Where they sneak into the house in the night and do all the chores if you're nice to them, but if you're mean and don't leave out cream for them, they knot all of the you know, horses' manes and tie your shoelaces together and spoil the milk. Like, I think that's kind of lore-wise where they're coming from here of these guys. And then for some reason, even though we already have elf and human, we also decided to go half-elf. Half-elves bore me, I'm not gonna lie. Their charisma is their primary stat. They are supposed to be like statesmen and politicians and diplomats and performers. There is a like of two worlds little subsection about like, well, since they're mixed heritage, like, and I don't want to go there. Again, I don't have it be an issue. Like, half elves are just normal people existing in the world, get treated like everybody else. It does not matter. Now, in terms of like classes, again, since that charisma comes into play, bard sort of makes a good match. Warlock, paladin, anything that relies on high charisma. Next up is half orc. Kind of what it says on the tin. Orcs, if you're thinking Tolkien, are like those sort of monstrous army of Sauron, very evil, and like kind of vaguely like caveman-esque is kind of what they remind me of. Very Cro-Magnon, and that can be a little problematic. And they seem to have not learned that about the half-orc in this case either. So they're in the art and in the wording is some sort of vaguely native vaguely tribal kind of aesthetic going on. Could also be interpreted as like Ice Age, prehistoric kind of, but again, it's not a good look. It's not a good look considering historically what that has been compared to. So again, for me, your half-orc, you could be from anywhere. You could be from anywhere and from any kind of community. If you want to tell me that your half-orc is from the city and their parents are lawyers, fine, I'm happy with that. If you want to tell me that your half-orc is from, way out in the rural farming communities where they are like horse ranchers and stuff, fine, I'm happy with that too. I'm not going to enforce this sort of literally in the text it says tribes and slums, like I don't like those words being next to each other like that. So yeah. But your half-orcs are going to be very strong and sturdy, kind of like your dwarves, but in the large size range. Your strength is going to go up by 2, your constitution is going to go up by 1, you're going to get dark vision and menacing presence, immediately giving you intimidation right out the gate. Endurance, like extra like fierce attacks, all are just like intrinsic to this category, and unfortunately there's not really any subtlety or nuance about it. There's no subgroups that are more focused on intellectual or charismatic traits. So really this class is kind of locked into being more advantageous or optimized for fighting, but hey, maybe your orc is really a huge fan of books and they want to go to college and become a wizard. That's interesting. I want to know why they would want to pursue something that does not come naturally to them, that is not the kind of expected trajectory for that race, and I think that the contrast, that tension that could be created between having your half-orc like pursue being a wizard, for example, even though it might not be the most optimized build and it might not be as effective 100% of the time, narratively that's very compelling. So as their DM in that situation, I would be on board. Next up we have the tiefling, and the tiefling is they kind of remind me of gargoyles from the late 90s, early 2000s animated series that used to be on like Disney's tween block. They are sort of your fiendish bloodline. You could kind of equate them to demonic sort of type characters if we are looking at like traditional Western fantasy media. Some of them have tails or claws or horns. Some of them have purple or blue or red skin, and rules as written, lore as written, they are not aligned per se, but they are associated with outsiders and fiends and devils and demons, and if you wanted, you could incorporate how that might be received amongst your society, being that usually fiends and outsiders and stuff are even if they're not evil, usually they are trying to disrupt the natural order of things in some way, right? Because they are not part of the like kind of prime material plane in most cosmologies, certainly in the base one, and their presence already is an intrusion on that reality. And so even if it's not evil, it's still not divine, right? And it's not mundane. It, again, going back to that spectrum, that polarity, oil and water, they don't mix. So without ascribing morals to it, it just is, you know, an invasive sort of presence from outside the reality and is disruptive in some way, shape, or form. So if you want to play with that, you know, by all means. I usually just treat tieflings on a case-by-case basis. In terms of their ability score improvements, you're going to get intelligence by 1, charisma by 2. This can make them excellent bards, excellent warlocks, especially if you really want to lean into the fiend theme. You could then match that up with the fiend patron for the warlock, and that creates kind of a nice synergy. But your sort of racial features, you're going to get hellish resistance, infernal legacy, like right out the gate. Names being what they are, I know, like, you might not have hell in your cosmology, so, but essentially resistance to fire damage, so you could say, like, you know, flame resistance, or you could call it, you know, fire resistance, or even say, like, salamander heritage, kind of evoking that myth that salamanders were fire creatures. Like, you know, if you want to take the Catholic Christianity out of it. So pretty cool. Infernal Legacy gives you thaumaturgy right out the gate, and improvements on that. Hellish Rebuke at 2nd level. So if you are playing a completely non-magical class, but you want like a couple cool little cantrips to whip out every now and then, Tiefling might be a good way to do that. Now the reason that I do class first and then race is, like I said, now we know what primary ability stats are going to be the most important for being good at what you do. In the case of a bard, charisma is what we are going to be needing for doing these bard spells and for doing these performance checks. And so if you were wanting to optimize, if you were wanting to maybe try to create some lore synergy, you might, from my perspective, then pick a race that is going to afford those charisma bonuses or bonuses to whatever like your specific college is more geared towards doing. You know, so if you are going to be a more martially combat-oriented bard, then hey, maybe you think I'll put more of my resources into my charisma pool, and I will let my race bolster my constitution or my dexterity to make me a more well-rounded fighter, even though you're a bard. That is also a good way to approach it, if you are looking at it from a mechanical perspective. And that is how, you know, that's how it makes sense for me to organize things in my head. So, yeah, is there any of these that you've seen so far, like what are your initial thoughts for your College of Whispers card? Like, do you want to try and kind of match your race to your class via like what they are sort of built to be good at, or do you want to go based off of like backstory or feature?
I would like to probably match. What is the best match for the bard?
So mechanically, getting that charisma bonus. So
What is the best for charisma?
So there are multiple races that give you an improvement by 2. Tiefling is one of them. The half elf gives you 2, and because of the human side of the half elf, you actually get the choice of where you want to put that last one. Whereas with the tiefling, it's already been assigned to intelligence. The gnomes get an intelligence improvement, but there is oh wait, no, this is the dexterity one. I'm thinking of the halflings. Yeah, here we go. The Lightfoot, they get 1, so it's a slightly less into charisma, but you still get 1. You get to just be a little guy. Everybody loves little guys. The Drow get a +1 into their charisma and 2 to dex. So in terms of your improvement, it's whether or not you want 2 points into charisma or 1.
I would like to be a tiefling. I'd probably like to be a tiefling.
Oh, okay.
I feel like it would suit best.
All right. On my notes. Unlock that. Open and and then got that. Okay. So that's there. And then I'm gonna come over to features and put those Rachel features in the notes here. So we are looking at dark vision. Whoops. Dark vision to 60 feet. Hellish resistance. Infernal Legacy. And that is going to be the one that improves at 2nd and 3rd level. 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. Okay. Save that. Lock it. This one. And we are going to put our ability improvements in the notes here. So +1 intelligence. And +2 charisma. Okay. And so finally, the last piece of kind of the like physical existence of your character, at least, is their ability scores. And there are a couple ways to determine these, and it's really just down to personal preference once again. Like, there are pros and cons to every method of determining ability scores. But personally, for beginners, I recommend the standard array. And the reason for that is I believe that is the most balanced, sort of fairest distribution of ability scores, especially for beginners who might not know what to expect, and it might be difficult to conceptualize of the scaling that is going to happen as their character progresses, if they don't have a whole lot of experience in those types of situations. So, I think that the standard array is like a really good guide, a really good starting point. Now, for more experienced players and for more flexible games, I think that the point buy system is a good kind of next option. It is more customizable. If you are dealing with a player who very much enjoys optimizing or min-maxing or really getting into the meta and crunching the numbers, then point buy might be for you in order to satisfy some of their build requirements. And the very first chapter of the book will explain each of these methods and what they involve. And I'm only going to explain the array, at least tonight, but we can go into the others at another time if you guys want. The last method, and the one that I do not recommend for extended campaigns, it can be okay for one-shots, it can be fun for a gag, one-off thing, but the novelty and the amusement of that wears off eventually, trust me. So I do not recommend doing it this way, but the final method is just by straight up rolling the d20 to determine your scores. And the reason that this one is so dicey, is because the variability is huge here. It comes down to luck, whether or not you are going to end up with a totally broken character who is either just completely incapable of doing anything because their scores are just statistically too low, or broken the other way where they rolled really high and now their scores are way higher than they should be at this level in the game, and more than likely that character is going to be very outpaced by their other party members in terms of where they are per level. And as the DM, you can adjust for this if you're willing to vary the levels your characters are at any given point. And if your players are okay with that, you could do individual level tracking. But again, that is a whole other dimension of complexity and variability that I think is just not as much fun as a beginner. And again, I think it gets old if you're talking about an extended campaign that you might be playing as that character for a year or two, you know. It might be funny at first that you have a strength score of 1, but it might get old at level 20. So just with a grain of salt, keep that in mind. So we're gonna go over we're gonna go over the array. And the array is basically a set of scores that you can distribute as you like based on kind of what you want to emphasize or what's most important to your character. So again, this is why I start with class, because that gives me an idea of what the most important ability is going to be ahead of time, and then I do race to see where I'm going to be already getting some bonuses from. So looking at this, I already know going in that I'm going to get a +1 intelligence and a +2 charisma from being a tiefling. Which will inform my decisions on what I want to assign the scores in the array. So what is the array? Well, in the, that very beginning, first chapter of the book, in order to determine your ability scores, you are looking at the paragraph that's going to talk about ability scores, and it's going to list them off as 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, and 8. And a 15 basically represents something that you are very good at. If you were to put that into intelligence, what you're basically saying is that your character is naturally very smart, very intelligent, very quick-witted. If you want to put that into charisma, maybe they're very beautiful, maybe they're very charming, just naturally a social butterfly, extroverted. And conversely, that 8 is going to represent something that your character is naturally not so good at. If you put that 8 into strength, you might be looking at a character who has led a very sedentary life and is more of a scholar or a merchant. If you want to put that 8 into dexterity, you might be looking at somebody who is slow or, kind of clumsy for whatever reason, not good with their hands, not very balanced. And to the point where it is sort of less than average. Like if a 15 is above average, then an 8 is sort of below average. Now, the way this works is that the scores translate into bonuses. And what I mean by that is the score on the chart, located on the same page, corresponds to a modifier. And that modifier is a number you get to add to your roll to determine whether or not you are successful at whatever it is you are attempting. So, to put this into perspective, if you are, a scholar and you are trying to make a knowledge check to see if you know the history of a given, monarchy, that check is going to have a set difficulty, and that difficulty is going to be determined by your DM or by your game master based on what makes sense for the world. So if this monarchy is extremely famous and powerful and, they are well known, then the check to know their history might be relatively simple and easy because that information is readily accessible. if the monarchy in question is ancient and mysterious and, you know, very small and brief, no records survive, then that knowledge is going to be very hard to come by, very esoteric, very specialized, and it's going to be less likely that offhand the character would have that knowledge. And so that is going to translate to a higher difficulty score or target score that your DM will determine. So in the case of the ancient, mysterious, lost civilization, your DM might set the difficulty at that at a 15 or higher, because on a D20, on a scale of 1 to 20, it grants a kind of small window, relatively small window, for being a success. Now, your wizard or your scholar improves their chances of achieving a 15 or higher, the higher their bonus is. So if they have a bonus of a +1, +2, +3, they can add that to whatever they roll, and they're more likely to be successful because they have, like, you know, 1, 2, or 3 extra instances out of that D20 that they will achieve that score. So the 15 is the highest improvement, and the 8 is a negative. So that's a kind of a penalty, a -1, meaning that whatever you're attempting is so not natural to you, and you're kind of bad at it, and yeah, you're actually going to take a penalty. So I think this is a really good starting point. And again, for players that don't want to take that penalty, for players that want to be more well-rounded, they can immediately fix that with their you know, kind of flexible racial feature. So we've been talking a lot about the ability scores. I've been throwing around a lot of terms. Let's talk specifically what the abilities are, and take a look at kind of what I as a DM consider the sort of realm for each one, or in terms of like how to differentiate between when something is going to be a certain kind of check or save versus other instances if it's not explicitly in the rules, right? So the abilities are meant to represent generally everything that you would need to accomplish any task in a roleplay setting. So strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Some of those are very straightforward, I feel. Strength, you know, how much can you lift? How much force can you exert? We're not talking metaphoric here. Like, don't give me Lionheart. Like, no, we're talking how swole. Dexterity, that would be flexibility, speed, agility. That is going to involve things like dodging or saving yourself or catching yourself before falling off of something. That is going to determine how quickly you react to things. So when you are rolling for initiative, for example, which is the determination of the turn order in combat scenarios or in bullet time, your dexterity score is what is going to improve your initiative rolls, right? Constitution is going to impact how much health your character has. You know, that is one of those ones that can be a little bit more ambiguous in terms of how it applies outside of rules as written. But, you know, I kind of think about it as a combination of mental and physical fortitude in some situations. If your character's having to hold a pose for an extended period of time, if your character is, you know, gonna have to stay up for a night watch or something like that and keep themselves awake. Like, these are the kind of like fortitude situations that I would consider to be constitution checks. In the rules as written, you're looking at things like resistance to poison, and toxins, and sometimes like ambient environmental damage can come into play. So, but primarily, the most important thing that's going to come out of your constitution score is your health, your HP. Intelligence, very important to wizards. That is going to affect your knowledge checks. How much history do you know? How much about magic do you know? How much about science? How much, about the world around you? The likelihood that you would have had that level of education, the higher your intelligence score, right, the more knowledgeable you are. And this is something that not every DM does, but in the case of puzzles, if my players are having a really hard time with a puzzle or a maze or riddle, if it makes sense that their character might be able to figure something out that they themselves cannot figure out, I will offer them an intelligence check where they are basically just straight up challenging their characters, ability to think on their feet and problem solve, and I'll set the difficulty, and if they pass that check, depending on what the challenge is, depending on what the puzzle is, I will either give them a hint or give them something in world to help them, like, maybe they suddenly uncover some text that gives them instructions or gives them information they didn't have, or maybe they get some inspiration from their deity. Like, I will, help them out if that's applicable. If not, straight up just have them solve it, depending on what it is. Wisdom, important for clerics. Wisdom can be tricky. Again, it's one of those that's a little bit more interpretive, but I consider wisdom to be emotional maturity. So a lot of the time, wisdom in rules as written is to resist things like mind-altering effects that cause like fear or illusions or confusion, that kind of thing. Like if you're trying to resist, your wisdom score is going to come into play. And outside of rules as written, if my player character is trying to determine whether or not an NPC is lying to them, they might make an insight check, which is wisdom based. And that kind of I consider to be like a sort of intuition, that a knowing, an emotional intelligence, if you will. And finally, charisma. This is your social capital. Whether or not that is good or bad. You could be funny and charming and beautiful and persuasive, or you could be scary and intimidating and mysterious and, evoke fear. There's lots of different ways to be charismatic and get people to do things. This is going to inform skills like your persuasion or your intimidation, for example. Two sides of the same coin, both depend on charisma for very different reasons. And most social situations, if it's not a given, will default back to charisma. So if your character tries to tell a joke and, we're trying to determine whether or not the guard that is keeping their cell door locked will laugh and maybe be distracted. Like, that is the type of thing that I would let a roll determine. Because, hey, maybe the fighter is that funny. He just has this one knock-knock joke saved for this exact occasion. Who knows? Stranger things have happened and do with alarming regularity. So, those are your abilities. Those are what we're going to be assigning our scores to. Yikes. Let's get that out. And look here. I'll put that in the next section. So we have, just as a reminder, we have a set number of scores to assign, and those are 15, 14, 12, 10, and 8. So, do you want to start at what you're best at, or do you want to start at what challenges you?
I'll start at 13.
Okay. 13, if we look on the table, is going to be a +1 to your rolls. What would you like to assign to 13?
What can I assign?
Strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. Okay. Which makes that +1. Okay. What next? Okay. And what do you want to assign the 8 to?
Constitution.
You gotta speak a little bit louder.
Constitution.
Okay. So that is going to be an 8, which is the -1 to. All right. If you're playing along at home, I always kind of try to think of like a fun thought experiment, what my own ability scores would be. Like, so while it's kind of thinking, I know my strength and constitution would be pretty low. And probably also my dexterity. Listen, don't come for me, okay? But not to think too highly of myself here. I like to think that maybe my intelligence and wisdom might be maybe a little above average, at least in terms of being the main character. And then charisma, you guys maybe would have to be the determination of that. I like to think I can be decently charming when I really try, but why try when you can be feral? Am I right, ladies? Like, it's Rat King Summer. So I don't know. I'll leave it to you guys. What do you think? Have you decided your next score?
Can I do it in with some dexterity?
Okay. No change. Dexterity. Okie doke. Almost there.
I'm allowed to do it randomly, right?
You have to use the scores in the array for this mechanic. You know, there has to be, like, the only thing that all of the methods have in common is that there is some limitation. There's some prohibitive element that stops players from being able to just max out all of their abilities right from the get-go. And again, conflict can lead to intrigue. And so I think that giving your character right from the beginning a couple things that they are exceptionally good at or above average at, giving them a few things that they're just kind of normal at, and then giving them something that they struggle with is very fair, very balanced, and I think very narratively interesting. So that is why I recommend it for beginners.
Am I allowed to pick multiple numbers? Like not 2 8s?
No. You have to have one of each.
Can I do a 12? Can I do a 12 with some more charisma?
You want to assign 12 to the charisma? Okay. So because of being a tiefling, you get a +2 bonus to charisma. So even though you're assigning your 12, we add 2. And I'll just put this here to make it make sense. 2. And that is going to equal a total of 14. And a 14 is a +2. We go.
And 13. Intelligence.
You already got 13 with wisdom. 14 and 15.
Oh, can I do 15 with intelligence?
Okay. Same kind of situation as before, where you've got an improvement from being a tiefling. So that is going to be a +1 equals 16, which is a +3 bonus or +3 modification to, what did we say here? No. What was this one? Sorry. Play the tape back. Intelligence. That's what it is, because it's +1. Okay. And last but not least, 14, which is a +2.
Constitution?
You've already done Constitution, honey. And that is, that's the only one left.
Okay.
So, looking at this, what this tells me about this person or this player or this character is that this is somebody who is maybe physically kind of frail, you know, can't really take a hit, doesn't really have a lot of endurance, but is kind of averagely fast, pretty emotionally intelligent, very charming, very smart, and a little above average in terms of physical strength, which might be kind of confusing as to how that in Constitution could possibly be. But hey, that's another intriguing point. Maybe there is something that explains that disparity. You know, maybe there is a condition that the character has that means that they are just exhausted all the time, and that is why their constitution is so low, but technically they're really strong. You know, things like narcolepsy or insomnia or, you know, other sleep apnea kind of things that keep people from getting proper rest could lead to something like that. Or maybe they have asthma or something from when they were a child. Like, there's lots of things that you could do that could lend themselves to adding depth to the character, adding interest to the narrative, creating conflict that your players need to use creativity and teamwork to overcome, which all, for me, make a much more engaging and sort of transportive narrative. So that is kind of something that I like to explore when contradictions like this pop up. If that's not your cup of tea, that's totally fine too. Not everybody is quite as interested as I am in such minutia, and that's totally okay. Let's see if I can get that text box to be more normal. No. Whatever. Oh. Oh, maybe because that's like that. He had fixed this. I feel so bad. He had fixed this for me, and now I've gone and messed it all up. This is what I want. Maybe? But now how do I grab it? Aha! Oh my god, maybe. Guys, maybe. Maybe I'm gonna get it this time. Aha! I did it. Alright. Don't mind me. Little things make me happy. So, alright, we have our ability scores assigned. We have our class. We have our subclass, racial features. And now really the last thing to do with the caster class is to look at spell loadout. You know, because everything else now is just a matter of calculation. And the formulas for all of those calculations are going to be located back in the class page. So back to the class chapter 3 we go. If you open up the page on bards, up to level 3, all bards are the same. They are going to be 1d8 per bard level HP, or hit dice rather, is 1d8. Their HP is going to be 8 plus their constitution modifier plus 1d8 per level plus constitution modifier. And that's where that con score is coming in, right? Determining how much HP you get. You're going to start out with light armor proficiency, simple weapons, including rapiers. In terms of tool usage, in the Player's Handbook, they say musical instruments. I will allow other forms of artistic tools. If you are a painter and you need brushes and paints, if you are a juggler and you need bowling pins to juggle, if you are, you know, a opera singer and you need like a fancy opera dress or whatever to perform, fine, makes sense, I'll allow it. in terms of saving throws, you are going to get dexterity and charisma. And in terms of skills, you can choose any 3, which makes that so customizable. You can really focus in on the things that you want to with this. For a College of Whispers, I'm thinking that we are probably going to look at persuasion, intimidation, insight, those types of things, because they are going to help us in social situations to determine who's lying, who's telling the truth, to convince people to do what we want them to do, or to believe us, or, to get on their good side, or to scare them. All of that is social capital, and where I would be looking to implement those skills. In terms of other bardic uses that could have, obviously performance, but can't ever go wrong with things like perception, investigation. Those are the types of things that almost every character is going to use at some point, and you can't really go wrong. Let me get the list of them from the character sheet in the back.
You walk away, you don't hear me say please, oh baby, don't go simple and please the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let go.
GX Raid! Welcome Raiders!
Welcome,
Key
Raiders.
to Life, Pink, Danny
Welcome,
Boy, Mr. Shez 420. Love it. Thank you so much for the raid, you guys. I'm so happy to have you. I am being joined this evening by the fabulous Miss Yai. She is building out a tiefling bard from the College of Whispers, and we just finished assigning the ability scores, and we're about to wrap up by picking spells. So you caught us just in time for some magic. So good timing on your part. How was your stream? What did you play? You were playing Kingdom Hearts, I think, the last time I saw you. So that's kind of funny that you raided in while that was my raid alert. Iconic. What a moment you are. Key to Life, would you do me a favor and give everybody a shout out who's here that's a streamer? Tacos de Gatos is another campfire streamer, so on the same team as Key to Life. Seer, really fun team full of very friendly individuals, really make you feel like you're sitting around a campfire enjoying some s'mores and ghost stories with your best buds on a summer evening. Like, good times. Very nostalgic. I think your volume is all the way up. Okay, I promise I turned the volume on the sound alerts down. They told me last week that it was too loud, and so I boosted my mic volume and I put the sound alert down a little bit, so I'm sorry if it was still really loud. But I can bring it down a little bit more now, but that doesn't help from before. Let's go down a little bit there. Okay, so maybe next time. Thanks for doing the shout outs. The ear showering alert. I'm sorry. I can't. They sound balanced on my end, so I don't know that they are going to turn into assaults on your eardrums until it's already too late. Oh, Grim's here too, and played Celeste.
What's that?
Celeste is a side-scrolling platformer that sort of gets very existential, very personal somehow. It's a very cute story, and I really recommend it if that is your jam. Key to Life says we'll fix sounds before the next one. Oh, help. Thank you, Key. I'm sorry. But yeah, X, thank you so much for coming and bringing your audience here. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry about the super loud alerts. Oh, because I'm too soft. Okay, sorry. But yeah, I know the captions aren't always 100% accurate either. They do their best, but at the end of the day, it's the limitations of the AI. So sometimes some words are a little off. Aww. Friendship. I love it. X, we're gonna have you on the stream sometime so that we can build out a custom character. Then you and Key can be on a adventure team together. Be a wizard or a cow, maybe. I don't know. Lots of options.
Beat the cow.
Okay, so where we left off, we were just about to pick 3 skills to start with that you get by virtue of being a bard. Here is the skill list. You guys can find this as well on the character sheet and in the skills section of the character building. But these are a little bit easier to determine what abilities you're supposed to be using, because in parentheses next to each skill it will list what the ability that informs it is. So acrobatics is based on dexterity. Animal handling is based on wisdom. Arcana is based on intelligence. That's kind of your knowledge about magic, basically. Athletics is strength. Deception is charisma. History is based on intelligence. That's your knowledge of history. You've got insight, which is kind of like your instinctual knowing, your ability to tell if somebody is lying to you. That is your wisdom. Intimidation is charisma. Investigation, which I consider to be trying to answer a specific question, like trying to determine a specific thing, like, you know, what is the capital of Arizona? You know, how many lizards live in this lake? Like, that's a specific question, that's a specific answer, and that would be an investigation check. Medicine, interestingly enough, is based on wisdom, and I think they did that because your clerics are going to be using wisdom to heal. And so if your cleric is out of spell slots, but they still want to make a medicine check, they will still be good at that because they are statted into wisdom anyway. So I think that's why that informs that one. Perception is also wisdom. Now for me, perception is just the ability to notice things. It's noticing things in a general, non-specific way. The easier something is to notice, the more obvious it is, and that is going to be your easy perception checks. Your harder perception checks are going to be things that are more subtle, harder to notice, hidden, that sort of thing. After that, we have performance, which is, of course, charisma. Persuasion, which is charisma. Religion, your just knowledge about religion, not your like religious fervor. That is going to be intelligence. Between you and me, I wouldn't consider religious intelligence. Anyway, going on. Sleight of hand is dexterity. It's kind of like being quick with your hands, being skilled like that. Aw, P2 Life, thank you for gifting that sub. It's so nice of you. Finally, we have stealth, which again is going to be dexterity, and I guess they are kind of like thinking that you can be light on your feet and react quickly if you are dexterous, so you can move more quietly. I don't know. And finally, survival is based on wisdom. Survival is going to be, if you guys are in the wilderness, if you're trying to determine the weather based on, looking at signs from nature, if you're going to try and track a animal through an environment, that is all going to be survival and wisdom based because, again, I think it's meant to be kind of synergetic with your ranger, your druids, that sort of thing, who are going to make sense to have a lot of knowledge about nature and survival. Yay, gift sets. Okay, so let's come back over here. We'll keep this page. What are you wanting for?
I would like performance.
You get 3.
Medicine.
Okay.
In nature.
Okay. Our first proficiencies in performance, medicine, and nature. Excellent. She has this cute book, very on brand. Aw, thanks. He helped me pick out all of this stuff. I had no idea what I was doing until he showed me the magic of artists on like Etsy and stuff, posting stuff for Twitch, and now I'm obsessed. I could scroll through pages of assets for sale for hours. There's so many of them. They're so cute. And then I see stuff that, like, even if it wouldn't be good for my channel, I'm like, oh my god, that would be cute for Sasquatch, or oh my god, that would be cute for Key, like, or Seer, like, if I see something steampunk, so I'm always like just saving stuff, even if it's not for me. And like I said, Key got me all set up. She is amazing. She is just so creative and like has a really good eye for what is gonna really tie your channel all together, and she's got a really good way of like really emphasizing and bringing out what about you as a streamer and what you're trying to convey to your community that is unique and strong and attractive to your audience. And, you know, like I had no idea anything about like OBS or how to optimize, or like you guys just watched me struggle with like how to resize this text box. Like Key helped me do that. And, you know, she is so sweet and so helpful, and she just never makes me feel like, you know, silly or like I made a mistake when I don't know stuff. You know, I definitely would not be as far along as I am with as many cute book assets and library stuff and as I have if it weren't for Key to Life. So love her to pieces. Shout outs. Again, give her a follow if you aren't already. Her channel is of course immaculate. Pink Fox theming to the max. Magical forest woodland of your dreams. Chill friend hangouts. You want to be there. Like, you're transported. So give her a follow. And maybe if you're lucky, if you are wanting some help with setting up a channel or becoming a streamer, who knows? Maybe you too could be taken under her wing someday. Dreams do come true. So, back to our character here. Your starting equipment that we're looking at here, got lots of choices, and they all kind of are relatively equal. You know, you get your choice of sword, whether you want a rapier or a longsword or any kind of simple weapon. You can have a diplomat's pack or an entertainer's pack, a lute, or any other musical instrument. And you're going to start with leather armor and a dagger. I'm not going to bother to put this in the notes. It's just like stuff that we can transpose directly onto your character sheet when we're ready to make that. So the last thing that we're going to do then is grab your spells. So your spell save DC as a bard is calculated by 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. Now, what is a proficiency bonus? Every class has a chart located in its section that has several listed statistics. It'll show you how many spell slots that class has at that level if it's a spell casting class. It'll show you what features you pick up per level. It's just a very, like, at a glance breakdown of level progression for that class. So if we look, there is a category for all of them that says proficiency bonus, and this is going to be a modification that applies to skills that you are considered proficient at, hence proficiency bonus. And this advances by level, so basically saying that the more you level up, the more experience you gain on your adventures, the better and better you get at the things you're good at. So you start out with a +2. I normally start characters at least level 3, so that's what we're going to build out to tonight. So that means your proficiency bonus at level 3 is +2. And that means that those skills that we just listed as you being proficient at, you get to add your proficiency bonus of +2 in addition to the modification you get from your ability score. So if you're naturally good at something and proficient at it, you get to add improvements from 2 sources, making it just that much more likely that you will be successful at whatever you try. And so you guys are probably starting to get a sense now for how multiplicative this can become if you are really good at optimization. Because all of these little bonuses add up as your levels go up. So for spells, your spell save DC, which is difficulty check, that is going to be the target number that your enemies have to roll in order to not get whammied by whatever you're trying to magic them with. And the higher this is, the harder your spells are to resist. So that is why it is using charisma, your primary stat, to make your spells as potent as possible. So for our character at current level, here we go. We are looking at 8 plus 2, 10, plus your charisma modifier. So charisma is plus 2, 10 plus 2 is 12. So your current spell save DC is 12. And your spell attack modifier, this is going to be the number that you get to add to your attack rolls with your magic. How good you are at offensive whammying. So this is your spell attack. And that is calculated by your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. So that is 2 plus 2, that's 4. And basically you get to add a 4 to any spell attack roll. And finally, this is more flavor than anything, but you get a spell casting focus. It's some sort of arcane object that you channel your magic through, whether it be a wand, a medallion, it could be a holy symbol, it could be an ancient relic, it could be a piece of jewelry. Really, the sky's the limit here on this thing, because ultimately it's a MacGuffin, and what it physically is less important than what it does, which what it does is allow you to cast magic, and without it, you theoretically are not able to use your spells. So could be narratively interesting and important, but mechanically, a spellcasting focus is a spellcasting focus. What is this? Okay. So, again, some classics are wands, holy symbols like, whatever religion, sometimes like something from nature, like a crystal, some kind of thing like that. For bards, it could be their instrument even, a magical lute, some arcane pan flutes, like, and then finally, let's go ahead and take a look at level 3. You gain 1 expertise, which is cool. Expertise means you can double your proficiency bonus. So you're even better you're an expert at that thing. And that is when you are picking up your college, which is Whispers. We already had that. And finally, you are gonna get 2 cantrips, which is basically also saying a 0 level spell. It is a spell that you can cast all day, every day. There is no limit other than your imagination. They are usually not super powerful or effective, but they can be interesting if applied creatively. So those are the cantrips. And in terms of spells known, you get 6. And your spell slots, you get 4 first level spell slots and 2 second level spell slots. What the heck are spell slots? My friends, fellow countrymen, we could have a whole other stream discussing my feelings about spell slots. I'm not gonna do that to you tonight. For this crash course, what I want you to do is imagine that you have a handful of spoons. And in order to cast a spell, it is going to cost a certain number of spoons. Like every day you wake up and your DM hands you 5 spoons, And if you want to cast Fireball, it's going to cost 3 spoons. You got to give 3 back, right? What happens? You run out of spoons if you cast too many spells, right? That is what your spell slots are for. If you cast a lot of spells, you are going to use up your slots. If you cast higher level spells, you are going to use up those slots faster because you have less of them, because those spells are more effective and therefore more rare. And if you use up all of your spell slots, if your DM takes away all of your spoons, you use up all your magic, you have to complete a long rest, or sometimes you can get some spell slots back on a short rest. But essentially saying that there is a kind of cooldown time that has to pass between getting your spoons back. So the cantrips, the 0 level spells, again, no limit, all day, every day. They are arbitrary magic. They have very minor effects. And, in terms of instances, like, again, only limits your imagination. But for the first level and up, there's a limit, there's a cost associated, and in order to play a caster in your mind, you have to keep that in that resource usage in mind, because the last thing you want to do is be a wizard in a dungeon who has used up all of their spell slots and you've still got a boss to fight, and now you've got like a dagger and 1 HP and an armor class of like 10, and you're very squishy. So like, some people find that the spell slots are too limiting. I personally think that there's some wiggle room narratively to negotiate with spell slots, but that is a homebrew rule, and we will cover that at another time. So what that means for us right now is that we need 2 cantrips, and 6 spells, and they can be first and second level. Okay, so let's go back to the Bard spell list. Now, at the back of the player's handbook, you are going to find a whole chapter on magic, and that is going to describe the ways that they discuss magic in the rules as written. This is going to cover things like what a cone attack means. This is going to cover, what they consider to be casting time, range, materials, components, like all of that is going to be just in general explained. For the sake of what we're doing here tonight, I am just going to focus on explaining the mechanics for the spells that we are interested in. But we can have a more general discussion of magic. Like we said, if we want to talk spell slots, if we want to talk meta magic, like we can totally have a day where we just focus on magic. But for the time being, we're only going to kind of delve into the spells that we pick. So very first page of chapter 11 lists the spell title alphabetically by level, by class, and of course, very first one being bards. So the 0 level cantrips for a bard are Blade Ward, Dancing Lights, Brenz, Light, Mage Hand, Mending, Message, Minor Illusion, Prestidigitation, True Strike, and Vicious Mockery. Now, some of those are pretty straightforward. Some of them are a little bit less obvious. But to give you a general idea, Blade Ward is protection. Dancing Lights is what it says on the tin. It's fairy lights. Friends is kind of a minor social type spell. Light, what it says on the tin, you create a light. Mage Hand is kind of a very minor form of telekinesis. You can move objects without touching them. Message is a sort of mind-to-mind psychic communication, like telepathy. Minor Illusion is a very small, very limited, illusory object that can relatively easily be discerned for being an illusion, but, you know, is still reasonably realistic. Prestidigitation is a tricky one. It's basically just generic magic, like pulling a rabbit out of your hat or something. It's very minor little magic, like lighting fires and changing colors of things, and, you know, really it's very vague. It's just a very general minor magical effect. There are some specific examples listed, but, you know, one of those situations where DMs might have different rules, your mileage may vary. True Strike is a buff, making it easier to hit, and Vicious Mockery is a debuff and an attack, actually, where you basically just, like, diss somebody so bad that they suffer damage, physical harm. So those are the 0 level spells. Those are spells that you always have access to and can cast as many times as you like. And you get 2 of them right at this level. And just kind of, if you just want to know more about them, from just the titles, the descriptions are listed alphabetically after these first couple pages, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. So I usually just kind of try to get a sense from the spell titles if I don't know what they are, and then look up the details once I kind of have narrowed it down to a handful that I'm interested in.
I would play Vicious Mockery and Mage Hand.
Both very useful. Okay. And now you have 6 spells to play with, and you can learn up to 2nd level spells. So that means that you could learn 6 2nd level spells, but you only have a couple 2nd level spell slots. So even if you know 6 spells, you can only cast 2 of them a day. You have more level 1 spell slots because those are more simple spells, less effective, but you can use more of them per day. So, you know, distribute your 6 amongst those as you will. Now, for those in the audience who don't have the book in front of you, the first level spells are as such off of the Bard spells list. We have Animal Friendship, which is kind of what it says in the tin. If you want to be a Disney princess, this is how you do it. Bane, going back to being a debuff bard, that is a harming spell. Charm Person, what it says on the tin. You basically hypnotize somebody into thinking that you are their bosom buddy, best friend, love of their life. They will do anything for you, essentially, to a certain point, but they will know that you have whammied them when it wears off. So buyer beware. Comprehend Language, what it says on the tin. Cure Wounds is a healing spell. Detect Magic, what it says on the tin. If there is a magic item or spell in the vicinity, you will be able to see it. Disguise self is a kind of very limited illusion. You can go up or down one size, change your hair color, eye color, clothing, that kind of thing, but it is illusory. It's not true polymorph. Dissonant Whispers is a debuff. It's a mind-affecting spell where you can cause somebody to hear a bunch of illusory whispers that mess with them. Fairy Fire is a offensive spell. Feather Fall is kind of a reducing gravity, slow fall. There is fall damage in Dungeons & Dragons. If you drop, there's a way to calculate it based on the height of the fall. Feather Fall basically means that you fall slow enough that you are not going to incur this fall damage no matter how high you fall from. Healing Word is another healing spell available to bards. The trade-off between Healing Word and Cure Wounds is I believe, touch, while Healing Word is range. So Healing Word is more widely used on the battlefield, but at the same time, I think that it is less healing. So trade-off. Heroism is kind of a tricky one. It's a buff. Identify. God, my players get me with this all the time. Do you have a mysterious magical MacGuffin that you want your players to have to unravel slowly but surely? Don't let any of them have Identify or use it on that item, because basically they can determine what it is, what it does, how to use it, whether or not it needs attunement, what school of magic it is. Kind of takes the mystery out of your MacGuffin if that's what you're trying to go for. Illusory Script, what it says on the tin, magic fancy words. Long Strider basically gives you a improved range of movement, which is mostly applicable in combat or in bullet time. Silent Image, another illusion that specifically does not make sound. Sleep, pretty much what it says on the tin. Speak with Animals, again, gonna be Eliza Thornberry here. Dr. Dolittle, whatever. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, that's a fun one. Basically, you tell a joke that is so funny and or horrible that the listener can't help but fall to the ground laughing, incapacitated. So, yeah. Thunder Wave is basically just like a force wave that does thunder damage. And Unseen Servant, kind of an improvement on Mage Hand. Basically anything that like a guy could do, you can just have some sort of like spooky ghost invisible magic do. Think for those of you who saw Fantasia, Disney's Fantasia, think like Magician's Apprentice, when he's enchanting the brooms and mops to sweep themselves, like that would be Unseen Servant here, where it's like a guy could sweep the floor, or you could cast this spell and make it sweep itself, like basically. And finally, the second level spells, we have Animal Messenger, which again, we're kind of building. We started off with just having like animal friendship and then talk to animals, and now you can use them to deliver messages. Blindness/deafness, it's the same spell, but you can choose either effect, not both at the same time. This is important because casters sometimes need line of sight in order to cast spells. So if you blind an enemy caster, they will be incapacitated until that is removed. So strategic, debuff. Calm Emotion, again, another like mind-altering social skills kind of effect. Cloud of Daggers, an offensive magic. Crown of Madness, another fun mind-altering effect where you can basically cause somebody to go temporarily insane and attack their allies. Detect thoughts. This is surface level thoughts at second level, but you can, when you level up, cast it at higher levels to delve deeper into the mind of your target. But buyer beware, if you do that, you can tip the target off that you are brain scanning them, essentially, whereas the level 2 version is not detectable. Enhanceability is a buff. You can temporarily grant an ability score improvement to your allies. You pick one. You can't cast multiple at the same time. Enthrall is kind of a sort of hypnotism. Heat metal, what it says on the tin. Hold person, think like using the force, kind of. Invisibility. You are still affected by physical things, like if it starts raining, your silhouette is still going to become apparent. If there's like a bunch of flour in the room or whatever, like it'll still settle on you. So you're not completely undetectable. And if you've got an enemy that has something like blind sight or like blind sense, or maybe uses echolocation or their sense of smell to locate, you're not gonna get the same benefits that you would. So that one is situational to vision specifically. Knock is kind of a weird one. It opens doors and like trunks and things. It makes a knocking sound. Whoopee. Lesser restoration, if like the wheel falls off your wagon, if your favorite tunic is torn, if you need to, fix a very kind of minor contraction, that is going to be lesser restoration. Locate animals or plants, pretty self-explanatory there. Locate object, again, these are information gathering spells. These are spells that you would cast, and your DM would then reveal this information to you. Magic mouth is kind of weird. It's basically like a wizard answering machine. You can like pre-program a set, like, talk box basically, and then leave it somewhere and have it be triggered up by certain conditions. It's interesting. Phantasmal force, again, imagine Star Wars. See invisibility, the reverse of invisibility, of course. Shatter is an offensive spell. Silence is useful if you are trying to sneak, but also, again, think back to your enemy casters. Some spells have verbal components, meaning that the spell has to be recited out loud, and if your caster has been silenced, or if they're in a silenced area of effect, they are essentially unable to cast. So, multiple applications there. Suggestion is another one of those kind of enchantments where you are affecting the mind of a NPC, urging them to do something. And finally, for my Adventure Zone friends out there, this Ripe Peach Zone of Truth. Essentially, within the area of effect, no one can lie, but the rules as written are a little tiny bit ambiguous as to whether or not the truth is compulsive or whether or not it is like you can refuse. The more obvious interpretation is that it is, you can refuse to speak and therefore resist, but the funnier interpretation is that it is compulsive, and you are, once you succumb to the effects, forced to just reveal truths. So your mileage may vary. Again, it's up to your DM. So that is kind of what is available. You get to pick 6 of these. You are skilled in medicine. You're already trained in medicine, so you can use your proficiency bonus for medicine checks, and we can get you a healer's kit and healing potions if you want. Now, there are some healing spells that you could also take on if you want to double down on that.
Do I have a limit of?
Yes, speak a little louder.
Do I have a limit of? Let's say, can I do 3 first and 3 second? Okay, that's fine.
You have 6 total. You have a set number of each kind of spell slot, but you can pick however many of each spell you want. You just might not be able to cast all of the spells in one day.
I would like Zone of Truth.
Okay. Just grab the mouse. Looking at Zone of Truth. Okay.
Sleep.
All right.
Animal friendship.
Ben. Edie. Edie, are you animal friendship? Just animal friendship right now. Okay. 3 more. And if you want me to go to the specific rules for one of them to see the description in more detail, we can do that before you make a final decision. Like if you want to just like have a loose grouping of them and we can whittle it down after you get a closer look, we can do that.
Cure wounds.
Okay. Two more.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
Nice choice. Now, not every DM does this, but I like to enforce that if my bard is gonna take this spell, they have to be ready with a joke. I'm sorry, but I want to hear that joke.
Always got jokes.
So be ready, bards. You are at my table. I'll just go to the next line. Okay.
And cloud of daggers.
All right. Pretty well-rounded here. Okay. Got a good mix going between offensive, support, and like utility going on. So I think that is a pretty good choice in terms of especially just starting out. Now, again, all bards up to level 3 get these features. You get Jack of all trades, which gives you an additional ability to add half your proficiency bonus rounded down anything you're not already proficient at. This is basically super broken. Like, what they're saying here is that you are just such a roundabout skilled person that even things you're not good at, you're kind of a little good at. Starting at second level, you're also going to get Song of Rest, which is basically, the way rest works in D&D is it is kind of a fast forwarding of time. We set a certain amount of time to pass, whether that is 8 hours or 1 hour, 8 being a long rest and anything less than that being considered short. And during that time, the characters must be idle or at the very least not engaged in an activity that does not explicitly say can be done during rest period. And essentially a short rest is a mechanic for recovering health and spell slots and resources kind of mid-adventure. You can kind of just take a nap, shake it off, come back, get a cup of coffee, you're good to go. A long rest is when you really need to bunker down for the night and sleep it off, a full 8 hours of rest. And that becomes trickier when your party is in a dangerous location, a dungeon, let's say, and they are unable to rest. That is when you start getting into situations where they need to take shifts. Whoever is on watch might not get the chance to rest. They might take a level of exhaustion. So by having the Song of Rest, the bard is basically able to enhance the rest mechanic for the whole party and help them recover more health per rest. So that is a very useful ability, very supportive. At third level also is when you are going to get expertise. That is when you choose 2 of the skills that you're proficient at and double that modification, double that proficiency bonus. You get even better. You are an expert at those things. And that is why so quickly, that's why I kind of call the bard like the skills focused class, because you are sped through getting all of these improvements to just using the skills of the game, as opposed to the other classes, which will get some proficiencies early on, but they are going to be more narrow in scope and they're going to be more specific to whatever their class and subclass are. Whereas the bard, thanks to Jack of all trades, thanks to expertise, is going to be pretty reliably capable of doing things, with pretty reliable results very early on, which can be very, very useful, when your party is maybe a little bit weaker and needs to talk their way out of more situations, needs to rely more heavily on persuasion and trickery and, sort of roundabout solutions, because they can't just fireball their way out of whatever it is. So your bard becomes extremely clutch very early on. And with that, I think we are at a good point to kind of leap off. The only other thing would be for the College of Whispers specifically, that is not going to be located in the player's handbook. That subclass is actually coming from one of the supplemental books that was published later. So for folks that weren't here earlier, maybe if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see I posted a link, or you can go to Discord where I posted a link to RPGBot, and that's kind of what I'm using to reference. But Essentially, your College of Whispers is your sort of espionage bard who deals in secrets and intrigue and lies and rumors and information. So campaigns that have a lot of political intrigue, right? That have a lot of sort of court or urban social settings, diplomats, ambassadors, monarchies, like spies. That is all the bread and butter of the College of Whispers. So, as a DM, like, just be aware if you're having a College of Whispers player that you are gonna kind of, by necessity, have to build in some setting like this where this is gonna make sense. But in terms of what you are sort of gearing towards with this, you're gonna get this sort of psychic blade. There looks like there's ways to lean in or not, but it is essentially going to rely on a usage of your Bardic Inspiration dice, which makes it very expensive. Bardic Inspiration is a really beneficial ability, so to have to choose between it is kind of rough. Same thing for Words of Terror. Especially if you are going up against a target that is immune to fear effects, which kick in on pretty much everything that isn't like a henchman, right? In my opinion, the best feature that we're headed towards is Mantle of Whispers. It is essentially like a better disguise self, and if infiltration and subterfuge and like trickery are kind of your main sort of trade, if that is the character that you're building in your vision, then that is probably going to be the best feature in the game for you, the Mantle of Whispers. So that kicks in later. That College of Whispers can be found in, I think, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. In terms of supplemental material, whether it's worth it or not, like, I personally think Xanathar's Guide is awesome. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. I'm always interested in expanding into weirder and weirder things. So, like, there's a bunch of magic items, spells, subclasses that just get into weirder and weirder bits of minutia. My jam. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is another good one. Or wait, maybe I'm mixing those up, but Tasha's Cauldron, that's another good one. And beyond that, hit and miss. It really is genre dependent, if a supplement comes out that's set in the Feywilds and you really love sort of elves and fairies and pixies and thinking about sort of that type of lore, that might be your jam. If you're not interested in that, it's not going to do anything for you. There are some that are more Arctic themed. There's some that are more vampire themed. There are some that are set in Waterdeep. There are some that are more geared towards mileage may vary, really. And of course, at the end of the day, what you do and do not allow in your game, or what you can and can't kind of expect from your DM, all comes down to a matter of kind of personal preference and taste. But definitely make sure that everybody is on the same page about what rules and books are and aren't allowed. Because the last thing you want to do is have a player be very excited about some item or build, and then, you tell them that it's not going to work in the setting, or there's a mechanic that is going to be unbalanced, and especially make sure that everybody is on the same page about that, because you don't want to get into a situation where some players are using source material from somewhere that is prohibited to the other players, and get into a really confusing situation that way. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, no book is better or worse than the others. It's a matter of personal preference. Just make sure you're all in agreement on what that preference is early on when you're getting started, so that there is just no confusion down the line, months or years into your campaign. That is the best wisdom I can offer you in terms of what kind of sources you want to use. So I hope that for anybody that was maybe not familiar with D&D, was a little intimidated by the player's handbook, I hope you found this helpful. I know that this was probably way more basic than my usual stuff, but again, I just wanted to slow things down and really take the opportunity to explain some of these terms and mechanics for the sake of letting people kind of get a good idea of the interpretation, at least at my table, of some of these descriptions. And that way, moving forward, if you're thinking about joining in one of my one-shots, or if you want to play along with the time travel challenges or questions, and trying to get an idea for what you can expect, this is my style, and I'm pretty much set in my ways at this point, so this is kind of to give you a good idea of what you can expect if you are to join us. So mechanically kind of got it set, but Yai, what do you imagine your bard's art to be in this case?
Your sarcasm, and probably the art of helping people.
But it more like their skill. Helping people could mean a lot of things. They could be an inspirational speaker who gets up and gives lectures. They could be, a kind of motivational, maybe they sing just really impactful, inspiring music that is uplifting and raises people's spirits. That could mean a lot of things.
I think they would probably be a really good motivational writer.
I don't think it heard you.
I think they would be a pretty good motivational writer, or motivational speaker, where they would just inspire people to do good
like a writer or a poet?
Yeah.
Excellent. I am totally now imagining like Lord Byron-esque levels of drama. Floofy shirts,
Level drama.
waking up in the evening, probably I can't think of it, but it'll come back to me. Anyway, but yeah. So let's go ahead and I'm just gonna add that in notes. Lock that going, and writer, poet. So probably it would make sense for you to have a calligraphy kit, maybe. And a, like, I don't remember the exact phrasing of it, but it's like a portable desk, a portable writing kit. I'm just gonna put stationary just because I'll know what I mean. But there is a word for it, like the specific item, and it has a description. I just can't think of it at the moment. And you know what? For shits and giggles, let's do a forgery kit. As a spy. That makes sense. No. Typos. Okay. All right. So there is a tiefling writer, poet, gets popular maybe with the aristocracy, gets brought to court as, the royal writer, the royal speech writer, maybe even, and starts getting involved in court politics, in, intrigue and plots and rumors. So how do we go? How do we take that step? What is it that is driving this character to adventure, to take up the sword, so to speak, and join the party on their quest? And while Guy thinks about that, if you are thinking about that for your own character and kind of coming up with some writer's block, or find yourself struggling, Player's Handbook's got you covered. You can turn sort of deeper into the chapters. You can go to sort of customization options and flip through. They can walk you through multi-classing and some sort of custom feats that you can pick up. And if you notice while you kind of look through them, some of these features or feats, like Healer, for example, offer mechanics that have to do with just like your lived experience and your background as a character. So any class could pick the Healer feat if they have that option, if they have the availability to swap out feats or features. And in terms of, what isn't applicable, in my case, it just has to have a narrative through line. Has to make sense for the story that we are trying to set up for this character. Some of those feats are going to point you to backgrounds. And these essentially are some kind of pre-written, prefabricated, very kind of prototypical, archetypical backgrounds, sort of histories that you can give your character. This is kind of delving into stuff that would have taken place before campaigns starts, kind of. And some of them make more sense for certain classes than others. But when has that ever stopped me? Anyway, you can pick up feats this way as well, and skills from these as well. And again, they have to do with kind of pre-adventure stuff. So in terms of, like, you know, if my player has a very clear vision of, like, what their, you know, if they want to be like, they were an orphan who grew up on the mean streets of Waterdeep, like, you know, they went to the school of hard knocks. Well, there is a background, one called criminal, one called, I believe, something like orphan or urchin. I know it sounds really insensitive, but you know, they have thought of that. The urchin gives you sleight of hand, stealth, a disguise kit, thieves' tools, a small knife, a map of the city, a pet mouse, a token to remember your parents by, a set of common clothes, a pouch containing 10 gold pieces. You get a feature. They suggest some characteristics for you. And there's a roll table. If you're feeling extra spicy, you can roll a d6 to get a bond, such as my town or city is my home and I'll fight to defend it. These are things that are like emotional connections that are important to your character. And there is also a flaw table. You roll a d6 and you can pick a flaw. So for example, for the urchin, it's if I'm outnumbered, I will run away from a fight. You know, is one of them. So if you're kind of struggling and don't have a clear idea and you're open to like, you know, potentially randomizing a little bit, the dice is a good option because it can sometimes challenge you to go a little bit outside of your comfort zone, and role play or take on characteristics that you wouldn't normally take on or have thought of, and that can lead to a more novel experience. And you might find that you enjoy that story more than you would have thought. Now, you don't have to pick any of these, and you don't have to use these. These are just a good guide for kind of what you would expect to outfit your character with from the very beginning, you know, based on their past experiences. Okay, so Anna says that she would like to be a sage, so I will go ahead and read that off to y'all. You spent years learning the lore of the multiverse. You scoured manuscripts, studied scrolls, and then listened to the greatest experts on the subjects that interest you. Your efforts have made you a master in your fields of study. You gain proficiencies with Arcana and History. So those are knowledge. Let's go back into features. Open that up. These are coming from background of Sage. And we are looking at Arcana and History. So there we go. There we go. Languages. I will cover languages another time, I promise, guys. But again, that's another thing that I could talk about for way too long, so we won't go there yet. And equipment, a bottle of black ink, a quill, a small knife, a letter from a dead colleague, posing a question to you that you have not yet been able to answer. Ooh, interesting. A set of common clothes and a pouch containing 10 gold pieces. This is also going to come with a specialty. So you can roll a d8 and pick from one of the options listed. It's alchemist, astronomer, discredited academic, as opposed to just regular academic, librarian, professor, researcher, wizard's apprentice, or scribe. All right. Or academic is what it was. A mad scholar. And we are looking at researcher is one of the features that you're going to get from that. So we're going to go ahead and put that under Infernal Legacy. The researcher feature, when you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it. Usually this information comes from a library, scriptorium, university, or a sage, or other learned person or creature. Your DM might rule that the knowledge you seek is secreted away in an almost inaccessible place, or that it simply cannot be found. Unearthing the deepest secrets of the multiverse can require an adventure or even whole campaign. So essentially, what this feature is making accessible isn't a mechanic, but rather a narrative option, saying that if you don't know something, given enough time, the sage has an idea of where they could possibly get that information. And so what that does is open up the plot option of going to that library, looking for those ruins, trying to find that ancient manuscript to get that information. So, plot options. Sages are defined by their extensive studies, and their characteristics reflect this life of study. Devoted to scholarly pursuits, a sage values knowledge highly, sometimes in its own right, sometimes as a means towards other ideals. They have a table for personality traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws. Once again, if you got writer's block, if you're having a hard time kind of like filling in the blanks here, this can be very helpful. And if you're the kind of person that likes a little bit of randomness, you can certainly roll on these tables and try to work with what you get. It can be really compelling sometimes. Or you can just use these as a loose framework. You know, think of your own ideals, your own bonds, your own flaws to kind of enforce on your character. These are more for the, the role play of it all. Less mechanical. But there's a spot for them on the character sheet, so you might as well go ahead if you are so inclined. As far as I'm concerned, I sort of am wanting to strike a balance with my players. I do appreciate them having some notion of who this character is, their likes, their dislikes, what motivates them. But if there's some information that isn't quite filled in yet, if there's some details that have yet to be really solidified, I think that's okay. Since this is a collaborative storytelling game, having some wiggle room to flesh out certain things down the line can be very helpful. So while all of this stuff is really great, I do not really recommend that, especially as a beginner player, especially just getting started out, that you really strictly like marry yourself to these as hard rules. You know, I'm not the type of DM, at least, who is going to look at your character making an irrational decision and say, hey, you can't do that. Logic is one of your ideals. You're supposed to not let your emotions run amok. Like, you know, you're breaking lore. No. You know, if that is what makes sense to you in that moment, then the characterization has changed. And I'm okay with that. Because it's hard to tell, especially as a beginner who has not had a lot of, you know, different experiences playing, what you will and won't like. You might think you're really gonna enjoy playing, you know, a super outgoing, bombastic, larger than life type personality, and then turns out you hate it and you would rather be a strong silent type or the lone wolf, like, and that's totally fine. Especially when you're dealing with beginners. I am totally okay with your character having a change of heart, or morphing into a slightly different version of themselves as you go through and find out what your niche is and who that character is for you. Are there any of these from the handbook that you want to use that kind of stick out to you, or would you rather just kind of leave it open-ended?
I think I like to leave it open-ended for now.
All right. Like I said, sometimes it's better to just leave some things for later. But all in all, I think this is very exciting. Like I said, I'm getting very like Lord Byron vibes here. You know, the man's like, I mean, God, poor Ada Lovelace. Like, what do you have to do to a woman to have her write just the most scathing rebuke of all time, to the point where, like, generations later, it is still the sickest burn I've ever heard. And then also, at the same time, rescue an orphan from a war-torn region so that she can be safe and not murdered by a bunch of soldiers. Like, how does that exist in the same person? People were losing their minds, and now we have the Byronic hero, so thanks for that, I guess. But that's kind of what I'm imagining here.
The bard's gonna take over. Only the bardiest of the bard.
Bardiest bard that ever did bard. All right, folks. I think that about covers this crash course. Let me know either in Discord or reach out to me here on Twitch if you would like to see more streams like this, you know, where I just really delve deep into the basics and, you know, kind of demystify some of these terms and rules from the player's handbook, and kind of explain my personal approaches. You know, if this is something that you'd like to see for other systems besides Dungeons & Dragons 5e, I'd be open to that as well, although I will be the first to admit that I am not as well versed in other systems. But for you, my dear patrons and bookworms, I would happily delve into the source material of any core rule system. And I'll tell you what, I already have a couple in mind that I am excited to show you guys, sort of in the works, especially for some of my folks that are fans of sci-fi. So stay tuned for that. Again, if you are interested in how I would go about building your favorite character from TV, movies, books, video games, as long as I can find a wiki page on them, You know, I would be happy to weigh in on that. Just let me know, again, in the Discord or here on Twitch. I want to just thank everybody who came and showed their support, said hi, lurked. You know, I really appreciate you guys coming in and stopping by. It always cheers me up and, you know, puts a smile on my face. Thank you to our raiders, to Key to Life, for helping me get my stream all set up, for being a great mod and doing all the shout outs. Pink Sushi X for the raid, and of course Edith for existing. Of course, I want to thank our extremely special guest. Could not have done it without her. In case you were not here earlier, just to kind of reiterate, if you like sort of punk, emo, rock, 2008 Warped Tour vibes, head on over to friend of the channel, Yais, Twitch. She is got amazing stories from concerts, from band life, from being a part of that scene, and she's ready to share some of them with y'all. So for some good music and some good nostalgia vibes, definitely check that out. Let me pass you over to her for a second and give her a chance to tell you a little bit more about it.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you all for coming to our stream tonight and watching us figure out Dungeons and Dragons, and I hope it's helped all the new players. And if not, give it time. It's gonna frustrate you, but you'll get it together. You can find me at AY_YI_YI and another _YI. My next stream is going to be Saturday night, and I hope to talk about the Saturday nights that Florida used to have in music back in 2004 to 2012. And if you like any bands like, the whiny, Warped Tour bands, or I'm not gonna, say any names to get us shut down, but the bands that you are literally playing right now, and you're like, oh, I'm so sad, but like this band is so good, but they broke up twice, and now they're about to play this tour that I can't afford. That's the band you want to listen to? Well, that's the band we'll talk about. And if you have any suggestions of artists you would like to hear about, send a message or send a whisper and let me know, and we'll talk about them. Thank you so much for Jeannie for letting me join in, and thank you all for your amazing participation. Thank you so much, and you have a great night.
Awesome. All right, folks. I'm gonna move us over to the ending screen and start looking for someone to raid. So hang out with us for a couple more minutes while I find a equally amazing